Martial Peak. Chapter 49-44. That was no deception. Both sides had been fighting on the black ink battlefield for countless years, but such a brilliant white light had never before appeared. The light was without the slightest impurity, and even seemed to be able to cleanse one's mind and soul. Martial Uncle Zhong couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly, and staring intently in that direction. With the help of his discerning eye, the situation over there came into clear view. An unfamiliar young man whom he had never seen before was holding up something that resembled a small sun at that moment. It was not surprising to see an unfamiliar face, as tens of thousands of human masters were stationed at Blue Sky Pass. As some died, reinforcements would be sent to replace them in an endless cycle, so it was impossible for Martial Uncle Zhong to know every one of them. The young man was probably one of the newly arrived disciples from the 3,000 worlds. In the next moment, Martial Uncle Zhong watched as the small sun in the young man's hands slammed hard into the giant figure of the Territory Lord. The white light exploded without a sound and enveloped the Territory Lord. Following that, large patches of pitch-black darkness quickly seeped out of the Territory Lord's body, and he seemed to instantly suffer heavy injuries, his face twisting hideously in agony. Even his originally vigorous figure stiffened for a short moment. Nevertheless, the Territory Lord instinctively struck a backhanded blow that sent the young man flying out, coughing up blood as he tumbled. In that momentary delay though, the sword dragon spun rapidly and swallowed the Territory Lord with a fierce roar. Thousands of sword waves whirled about inside the sword dragon, causing pitch-black blood to splatter across the void. At the same time, dense black ink strength erupted outward only to vanish into nothing when it came into contact with the remaining aftermath of the white light. The powerful aura of the Territory Lord vanished in the wake of the sword dragon's charge. On top of the rampart, Martial Uncle Zhong felt as though his eyes were going to pop out of their sockets. He had been stroking his beard at the time, and in his shock, his hand jerked slightly and actually yanked out a fistful of his hairs. He died. The same Territory Lord who fought on even terms with me for 6 hours died just like that. Our battle ended with both sides suffering heavy injuries, but I still can't believe that he died. Not to mention he was killed by Feng Ying. If he had not witnessed the battle for himself, he would not have believed it. Feng Ying was certainly very strong, but it was impossible for her to slay a Territory Lord with her strength, not even if she had help and the Territory Lord was already severely wounded. In that instant, Martial Uncle Zhong realized the crux of the problem. That white light must be the key. He had clearly seen the pain and horror reflected on the Territory Lord's expression when that white light enveloped him, and that was exactly what gave Feng Ying the chance to land a fatal attack. What the hell was that light? Regardless of what the truth was, this was not the time to consider such questions. A black ink Territory Lord had been slain by several human cultivators in a matter of breaths. As a result, many black ink clansmen immediately flew into a rage. They surged over from all directions in overwhelming numbers, quickly surrounding Feng Ying and the others tightly. On top of the rampart, the Seventh Order Master asked hesitantly, "Martial Uncle Zhong, was this some kind of trickery?" He felt as though his brain was not working very well. He had just witnessed the death of the Territory Lord, but if that was a trick of the Black Ink clan, wasn't the price a little too high? Who would use the life of a Territory Lord to lure out humans? Moreover, Feng Ying and the others were still fighting desperately against the Black Ink clan at this moment. Following the death of the Territory Lord, numerous figures abruptly appeared around Feng Ying's team. The original lineup formed from just a handful of people instantly turned into a large group of several hundred people. It was obvious that those figures were humans, and as soon as they appeared, they unleashed various divine abilities and secret techniques at the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan was caught completely off guard and instantly suffered great casualties. That was no deception. Martial Uncle Zhong stopped tending to his wounds and stood up. With a wave of his hand he opened a hole in the shields and shouted, "Quickly come with me to provide support." He fully believed that Feng Ying was not corrupted by Black Ink's strength after witnessing the death of the Territory Lord. Besides, if the Territory Lord overseeing that region was dead, then the human race could gain a huge advantage on the battlefield. This was an extraordinary achievement. Martial Uncle Zhong could no longer sit back and do nothing with such an opportunity lying right before him. After saying that, Martial Uncle Zhong took the lead and charged forward. Countless streams of lights quickly followed behind him. Once they left, the hole in the shield quickly sealed shut again to prevent the Black Ink clan from sneaking inside. At the rear of the battlefield, Shen Ao grabbed Yang Kai by the arm and asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai turned his head to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood, grimacing as he shouted, "I'll live." When he unleashed the purifying light on the territory lord just now, he had been sent flying by the enemy's backhand. He would have been severely injured if he had not retreated quickly and lessened the impact. Even so, the vitality in his body was churning violently. It was inevitable that he sustained some injuries. In any case, he was also lucky that Shen Ao had caught him in a timely manner. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying directly into the middle of the Black Ink clan army. It would have been difficult for him to get away safely if that were to happen. Martial Ant Feng is amazing, Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. Although the territory lord had been shaken by the purifying light, it was the might of Feng Ying's sword dragon that really sealed the deal. The power of her divine manifestation was so terrifying that even the territory lord died instantly after being caught up in her attack. Nevertheless, it was only possible because the territory lord was severely wounded in the first place. If he had been in his peak condition, Feng Ying would not have succeeded. "You are amazing too." Shen Ao's expression was full of approval. He never realized that the purifying light would cause such a destructive amount of damage to the Black Ink clan. It was not until after Yang Kai's attack succeeded, and he was sent flying that Shen Ao came back to his senses. It was actually not that strange once Shen Ao thought about it. Yang Kai had been using purifying light to return Black Ink disciple to their original state and restore their mental clarity throughout this period. In other words, the white light was the nemesis of the Black Ink strength. Seeing as Black Ink's strength inside the bodies of the Black Ink clan was their source of power, how could they escape unscathed if they were hit by the purifying light? By combining the strengths of Yang Kai and Feng Ying, they had managed to kill a territory lord. That was an outcome that never even crossed the minds of Shen Ao and the others before they made their move. Although they had moved according to Feng Ying's suggestions, they had not expected much. Therefore, the result was an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. "Enough nonsense. Hurry up and defend yourselves." Ning Qiji roared from the side. Following the movements of his hands, he blasted out a divine ability at the Black Ink clan. They had already brought out all the reinforcements hiding inside their small universes. Even so, they only had slightly over 300 people on their side. Their overall strength was not that great either. Most of them were only in the 5th and 6th order open heaven realm. Thanks to their swift movements earlier, they had caught the Black Ink clan by surprise. However, now that the Black Ink clan had recovered from their initial shock, the enemy forces quickly formed a tight encirclement around their group. Feng Ying's sword dragon took the lead, charging towards the enemy lines. Without a leader to coordinate their movements, many Black Ink clansmen died on the spot in the wake of her rampage. Likewise, Shen Ao and the others split up to protect the flanks as they followed Feng Ying to charge forward. Be that as it may, there was an overwhelming difference in their numbers. The group of several hundred human cultivators could neither progress forward nor retreat backwards. Somebody was bound to be left behind with every step they took, and it was evident what kind of fate would befall them if they were left behind in this situation. If the situation were to continue at this rate, they would be wiped out before they could reach Blue Sky Pass. All of a sudden, a dragon roar resounded across the void. The sudden roar startled both parties in the war, and nobody knew what was happening. In the midst of the chaos, Shen Ao and the others turned to look in the direction of the sound, and their pupils immediately contracted at the sight. Yang Kai was standing there while taking deep breaths. An enormous golden dragon head emerged from behind him only to plunge into his body and disappear from view. Immediately after that, a horrifying pressure radiated outward with him in the center. As this pressure spread outward, his figure abruptly began to swell. No matter how many years passed after, the surviving cultivators of that battle would never forget what they saw at that moment. In less than 3 breaths of time, the small human figure transformed into an enormous behemoth. His golden dragon body was 20,000 meters long, covered in a dense layer of dragon scales, his limbs adorned with sharp dragon claws, dragon horns protruded from his forehead, and a dragon beard fluttering magnificently beneath his chin. Moreover, his golden dragon eyes resembled 2 small suns that illuminated the universe and penetrated the darkness on the battlefield. A grand dragon. A 20,000-meter-long grand dragon had suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It was difficult not to attract any attention with such a spectacle. Both the humans and the Black Ink clan couldn't help feeling amazed by the sight. Dragon pressure exploded in a majestic and imposing manner. The grand dragon opened his mouth and spat out a blast of dragon breath. The Black Ink clansmen standing in a large area of the void before him were instantly swept away as a result. Then, the 20,000-meter-long dragon body stretched out and formed a half-circle to wrap around the group of several hundred human cultivators. Move! A deep dragon roar shook the skies. Only then did the human cultivators return to their senses. Earlier, they had not known whether the grand dragon that suddenly appeared was an enemy or a friend. But how could they not realize that he was one of their own after seeing his actions? The anxiety in their hearts immediately calmed down. Feng Ying, who was in the lead, had blanked out for a moment, but quickly composed herself again. Her sword dragon took point once more, leading them on another forward charge. The Black Ink clan army indiscriminately blasted attacks at them from all directions, but most of the barrage was blocked by the massive dragon. As long as the dragon endured, their defenses stood strong. It was impossible to harm them without destroying the dragon first. The attacks sent dragon scales flying in all directions and Yang Kai's flesh writhed in response, his golden dragon blood splattering out across the void. It didn't take long before there was not a spot left that was unscathed on his 20,000-meter-long dragon body. Even so, the grand dragon did not flinch. No matter how severe the wounds he sustained, Yang Kai continued to provide the strongest defense to protect the forward charge of the human cultivators. At the same time, Yang Kai held the azure dragon spear in his dragon claw. This artifact obtained from giant spirit god Ada contained seemingly unlimited power. What's more, it could shrink or enlarge at will. At this moment, the originally 3-meter-long spear had transformed into a 10,000-meter-long spear in the grip of the Grand Dragon's dragon claw. With such a weapon, there was no need to use any divine ability or secret techniques. Even Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear arts were unnecessary, as a simple sweep of the spear wrought destruction over thousands of meters of the battlefield. Countless Black Ink clansmen were injured, and the weak were killed on the spot. The surrounding Black Ink clan army was now utterly terrified. It was not that they had never fought a divine spirit before. While there weren't many of them, there were divine spirits on the Black Ink battlefield. Moreover, every single divine spirit was an extremely mighty existence that caused great losses to the Black Ink clan whenever they engaged in battle. However, a divine spirit who wielded such an enormous artifact was completely unheard of. Although the appearance of a grand dragon greatly boosted the morale of the human race, it did not last for long. The momentum of their charge remained blocked. The sword dragon at the lead was falling to pieces, and Feng Ying, who was hidden inside, was soon exposed. Even the grand dragon protecting them was soon completely battered. In front of them, the tightly packed Black Ink clan army obstructed their way forward like the gathering storm that could not be wiped out. At this rate, they would not be able to reach Blue Sky Pass before they exhausted themselves and perished. It was at that moment that a huge commotion came from the back of the Black Ink clan army. The lights from countless divine abilities and secret techniques flared brightly in the pitch-black darkness, shining a guiding light to the human survivors. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-45, All Forces Attack. The commotion at the back of the Black Ink clan army soon caught their attention. When Shen Ao looked in that direction, he immediately became joyful and shouted excitedly, "Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements from Blue Sky Pass have come to aid us." The others who were trapped and struggling to advance instantly felt their spirits lifting at those words. At the same time, their attacks became more and more relentless in order to stem the Black Ink clan's offensive. Many people glanced at the wounded Grand Dragon beside them with solemn and thankful expressions. They would have suffered great losses if the Grand Dragon had not used his tough body as a protective shield. He not only blocked most of the Black Ink clan's attacks, but also kept the Black Ink's strength away, so that they would not be distracted by the worry of being corrupted. His efforts had allowed them to fight to their heart's content without any worries. The masters who rushed out of Blue Sky Pass caused great chaos for the Black Ink clan. As a result, the Black Ink clan had to divide their forces to confront the incoming enemy. In this way, the pressure bearing down on Yang Kai and the others was reduced considerably. Feng Ying's sword dragon in the lead swiftly charged forward again. Riding the waves, she broke through the blockade of the Black Ink clan army and formed a pincer attack with the people from Blue Sky Pass. It didn't take long for both parties to meet up. Yang Kai raised his dragon head slightly and glanced in that direction. The person in the lead was an elderly man. His attacks were brutal, and he exuded the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was obvious that he was the one who had previously been fighting the Black Ink clan territory lord just now. The battle had ended in a draw where both parties were heavily injured. There was no saying which cave, heaven or paradise this ancestor figure came from. However, Feng Ying clearly recognized this person and a shout came out from within the sword dragon. "Martial Uncle Zhong." Martial Uncle Zhong nodded at her lightly. His gaze swept over Yang Kai's enormous dragon form, but he did not have the time to say anything. The space around him shuddered briefly, and a violent force radiated outward to push back the Black Ink clan in the surroundings before he beckoned loudly. "We withdraw." Behind him, various warships approached and activated their shields. There was no need for any command or dispatch. The 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters protected by the Grand Dragon quickly slipped into the warships. Shen Ao and the other 7th Order Masters did not follow as there was no need for them to borrow the strength of the warships. They could defend themselves just fine while dealing out enormous amounts of damage. Likewise, Yang Kai did not enter. His Grand Dragon body swayed slightly, and a flick of his dragon tail swept across a large patch of the void. "Go!" Martial Uncle Zhong shouted. The numerous warships forged a path of retreat, rushing towards Blue Sky Pass. Feng Ying, Shen Ao, and the others stood guard on the flanks while Martial Uncle Zhong and Yang Kai brought up the rear. The Black Ink clan territory lord overseeing this area of the battlefield was dead. So although there were some Black Ink clan feudal lords who could issue orders, the Black Ink clan in this region were basically in a leaderless state for the time being. Faced with the aggressive breakout from Blue Sky Pass, they were unable to form an effective blockade. Along the way, the Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties in their wake. It didn't take long for them to reach Blue Sky Pass where a hole in the defensive barrier was opened, and the warships quickly entered. Only then could they be considered safe. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan army continued their pursuit, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Seeing that everybody else was safe, Yang Kai, who was bringing up the rear, abruptly spun around. His 20,000-meter-long dragon body was armed with the 10,000-meter-long Azure Dragon Spear. With a single wide sweep, the Black Ink clan charging forward was cut down as easily as though he was harvesting wheat, and a large area in the void was swept clean in an instant. Yang Kai was not finished yet as a dragon roar shook the skies. The Grand Dragon shook its head and flicked its tail before slamming directly into the Black Ink clan army to carry out a massacre. What happened just now had vexed him greatly. While protecting hundreds of his allies from danger in his Grand Dragon form, Yang Kai could only endure being attacked passively. There were few opportunities for him to fight back, and as a result his enormous body had been reduced to tatters. Now that he no longer had to worry about others, it was only natural for him to go on a rampage. After transforming into his Grand Dragon form, his strength was on par with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, he was not afraid of being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. In this environment, as long as he didn't face a territory lord, he could be said to be invincible. The dragon and his spear roamed the ink-colored void freely, fighting from one end to the other. Looking at him from Blue Sky Pass, They could only see a 20,000-meter-long strip of gold navigating through the pitch-black darkness like a fish in water. The contrast between the colors was striking. Yongkai's dragon form was enormous, his dragon pressure was imposing, and he even wielded a 10,000-meter-long spear in his dragon claws. The sight of him was truly a little excessive. With just the strength of a single dragon, the Black Ink clan army that had already been disrupted suddenly lost ground and sustained heavy losses within a short span of time. Marshal Uncle Zhong had originally planned to return to Blue Sky Pass. Unfortunately, he could not walk away just like that after what Yongkai did. He turned to look back, his brow twitching violently at the sight. Then he questioned Feng, "Where did this dragon come from?" Feng did not know how to explain. If she had to be honest, she herself only just learned that Yongkai was part of the Dragon Clan. Throughout their journey together, Yongkai had shocked her so many times that she was practically numb to surprises regarding him. But just now he had revealed himself to be part of the Dragon Clan. She had been shocked once more. In response to Marshal Uncle Zhong's question, she could only answer, "I don't know where he comes from either. I met him deep inside the Black Ink clan's domain. It's a long story." Marshal Uncle Zhong grimaced slightly. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the Dragon Clan to appear on the Black Ink battlefield, even though there were many other divine spirits scattered about. The Dragon and Phoenix clans guarded the No-Return Pass, an extremely heavy responsibility. Even though the Dragon and Phoenix clans were tyrannically powerful, they would never come to the Black Ink battlefield so easily. That was because the No-Return Pass was the human race's actual last line of defense. Nothing could be allowed to happen to it. "I can't believe a Dragon Clan member appeared at Blue Sky Pass." Marshal Uncle Zhong could not be certain whether or not Yongkai had come from the No-Return Pass. Be that as it may, it seemed unreasonable for them to simply watch without doing anything in this situation. The Dragon Clan member was fighting hard on the front lines, so how could they hide in the shadows and watch without doing anything? The gears in his head spun quickly, and Marshal Uncle Zhong swiftly came to a decision. With a sharp look in his eyes, he shouted, "All forces attack!" Inside Blue Sky Pass, the human cultivators had long since gotten hot-blooded and impatient after observing the battlefield from the ramparts. As soon as Marshal Uncle Zhong's order rang out, they hurriedly leapt into action. Their efficiency was very high, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the shields were released and numerous warship artifacts charged out of Blue Sky Pass like a school of fish. There were so many that they seemed to block out the sky. Following behind the warships were countless Seventh-Order Open Heaven Masters. The battle environment on the Black Ink battlefield was special. Not only did the human masters have to guard against enemy attacks, they also had to defend themselves against the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. That was why only those in the Seventh-Order Open Heaven realm could rush into the battlefield without relying on the warships for protection. Those below the Seventh-Order Open Heaven realm, be they in the Fifth or Sixth Order, had to borrow the help of warships for defense. That was the only way for them to effectively defend against the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. Otherwise, they might be corrupted by the Black Ink clan as soon as they stepped onto the battlefield. There were several benefits to using warships. The first being that those in the Fifth and Sixth Order Open Heaven realm would be protected from the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. As long as the warship was not damaged, the Black Ink strength would not be able to harm them. The second reason was the power of the warships themselves, which was generally higher than what a Fifth Order or Sixth Order master could wield. Many warships had offensive and defensive arrays that could compare with what a Seventh Order master could produce. In that way, they also enhanced the strength of the human race. The human race had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years since ancient times. Therefore, they had their own strategies on how to deal with the Black Ink clan. Marshal Uncle Zhong had not allowed many warships to accompany him just now on the rescue mission to help Feng and the others. On the contrary, under the orders of a full frontal assault, all the soldiers who could be mobilized had been dispatched into battle. Only those necessary to protect and maintain the operations of the Great Pass remained behind. The figures of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the lead formed countless streams of lights, while behind them, the innumerable warships sailed forward in a mighty procession. The Black Ink clan, who was currently besieging the Grand Dragon, quickly discovered the movement coming from Blue Sky Pass. Under the orders of the feudal lords, the Black Ink clan army in the rear turned around to meet the enemy. Before the armies collided with each other, the lights from various divine abilities and artifacts flashed through and illuminated the void. The colorful lights seemed to fall into the pitch-black darkness like a stone falling into a lake, creating layers and layers of ripples that spread out across the void and sending the Black Ink clan tumbling. Faced with the humans' attack, the Black Ink clan naturally did not just sit around waiting for death. Instead, they returned the gesture. Divine abilities gathered and Black Ink's strength rained down on the human army. Without needing any commands, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the lead hurriedly scattered to the sides. Their actions exposed the numerous warships behind them. The warships quickly moved around and adjusted their positions so that they formed small groups of 3 to 5. It didn't take long for them to assume a profound formation. Then mysterious energy fluctuations spread out from the warships as large rune patterns illuminated the void. These patterns formed a solid and impenetrable protection in front of them like a powerful shield that blocked the attacks of the Black Ink clan. This layer of protection would be broken from time to time, forcing the warships in the rear to scatter and avoid the attacks. At the same time, their defensive barriers would light up to mitigate the damage they received. The collision of divine abilities and secret techniques only lasted for several breaths of time before the armies on both sides entered close quarters. Various screams and roars rang out as the two races fought each other. During this time, the aura of many lives withered and vanished. Judging from the number of people alone, the Black Ink clan undoubtedly had a huge advantage. They had almost 10 times more people than the human race. However, the human side had the advantage in terms of average strength. That couldn't be helped. Since ancient times, the only ones who were qualified to enter the Black Ink battlefield were the elite disciples of the major cave heavens and paradises. Even the weakest among them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm when they first arrived. The reason why there were Fifth Order masters on the Black Ink battlefield was that they had originally fallen from the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The major cave heavens and paradises had always maintained the rule of dispatching their most elite fighters to the Black Ink battlefield. That was because entering the Black Ink battlefield with low strength was pointless. On the contrary, they would easily be converted into Black Ink disciples and enhance the strength of the enemy instead. In comparison, the Black Ink clan was different. The Black Ink clan army not only consisted of powerful masters like the territory and feudal lords, but high-rank Black Ink clansmen and low-rank Black Ink clansmen were also common. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen were not too bad as they were on par with mid-rank Open Heaven Realm masters in terms of strength. However, the low-rank Black Ink clansmen were only equivalent to low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. How could such weaklings possibly be a match for the human race army? That was why they immediately suffered horrible casualties at the first encounter. On top of that, each human warship was stronger than an average Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master in terms of pure battle strength. How could the human race be at a disadvantage simply because there were fewer of them? Martial Peak, Chapter 49-46, Entering the Great Pass. It could be said that the warships played a huge role in the reason why the humans managed to persevere for so long on the Black Ink battlefield. They were the most effective means to resist the corrosion of Black Ink's strength after all. It was not as though the Black Ink clan had never thought of getting their hands on a warship before. The truth was that they also yearned to refine warships for themselves. However, a warship was not something that could be refined by just any random person. The Black Ink clan simply did not have any talented individuals who could refine a proper warship for them. Every single cultivator proficient in artifact refining was carefully protected by the various great passes. No matter the situation, these cultivators would never be allowed to step foot onto the battlefield. As long as they never entered the battlefield, they would not be corrupted by the Black Ink clan. In that way, they would never be converted into Black Ink disciples who would help the Black Ink clan refine a warship. Both the humans and the Black Ink clan fought each other ferociously on the battlefield. In the beginning, the Black Ink Clan army managed to fight back against the human race to a certain extent. Be that as it may, the balance of the battle slowly tilted with the passing of time. The clash of the warships, and the agile movements of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, eventually brought a crushing defeat to the Black Ink Clan army. As a result, many Black Ink clansmen lost their lives with every passing moment. In such an environment, the strength of an individual no longer influenced the circumstances of the overall situation. It was only by uniting together that the outcome of the war could be determined. On that point, the Black Ink clan in this particular sector of the battlefield was currently leaderless and lacked coordination. In contrast, the human race advanced in an orderly manner and supported each other in battle. Less than an hour later, the Black Ink clan army had lost more than half of their forces. There had been many feudal lords who could direct and command the Black Ink clan in battle, but Marshal Uncle Zhong viciously targeted and eliminated them. The Black Ink clan army eventually fell into utter chaos after Marshal Uncle Zhong killed more than a dozen feudal lords in succession. Under the brutal onslaught of the humans, they were steadily forced to retreat while leaving behind a trail of corpses in their wake. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had gone on a wild rampage after transforming into his Grand Dragon form. He made his way through the ranks of the Black Ink clan army with his spear in hand, charging forward wherever there were enemies. Countless Black Ink clansmen died to his Azure Dragon spear, and the murderous intent around him had intensified over time until it was almost tangible. Everywhere he passed, the Black Ink clansmen quickly scrambled to get out of his way. All of a sudden, Yang Kai heard the deep sound of a horn entering his ears. It was immediately followed by a gentle but firm voice beside him. "Yang Kai, let's go!" He looked up only to see the pale-faced Feng Ying calling out to him from within her battered sword dragon. Using her divine manifestation against the Black Ink clan for such a long period had truly exhausted her. He shook his enormous head slightly to clear his mind, then he turned around and rushed towards her. Casually swinging the Azure Dragon spear in front of him, he helped to eliminate the group of Black Ink clansmen around her. "Go where?" he asked in a thunderous voice. Feng Ying looked at the enormous Grand Dragon head with a complicated gaze. She could clearly sense the terrifying murderous intent radiating from his body. She did not know how many Black Ink clansmen he had killed to amass such horrifying momentum, but the murderous intent prickled her skin with a sense of cold, as though it was something tangible. "It's time to go back," she explained. Yang Kai looked around him, and abruptly realized that the human army had begun to retreat after the horn sounded. It would seem that the horn was the signal to retreat. Since the army was withdrawing, he could not stay behind alone even though he had not killed enough to satisfy him. Thus, he immediately nodded lightly in response. One big and one small, the two dragons chased after the human race army and sped towards Blue Sky Pass. It was just that Yang Kai's transformation into a grand dragon stemmed from his dragon vein, while Feng Ying's transformation came from casting her sword dragon divine manifestation. Along the way, they did not run into any notable obstacles, and the occasional Black Ink clansman in their path was swiftly dispatched by them. The defensive barrier around Blue Sky Pass had already been opened, and the warships rushed inside, one after another. Meanwhile, Marshal Uncle Zhong waited outside until he met up with Yang Kai and Feng Ying. Then he entered together with them. Afterwards, the barrier sealed shut to isolate the inside from the outside. Yang Kai dismissed his dragon form and turned to look back with a regretful expression. "We could have wiped them out." The Black Ink clan army had been unable to put up an effective defense just now, and the human army was enjoying great momentum. In his opinion, it was perfectly possible for them to clean up all the remaining Black Ink clansmen on that battlefield. Therefore, he did not understand why they signaled the retreat and allowed this opportunity slip out of their fingers for no reason. Feng Ying stood beside him and slowly shook her head. "The Black Ink clan reinforcements from the other battlefields are coming. Besides, the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Not to mention, the current environment is not suitable for our allies to fight." As if to confirm her statements, Yang Kai saw that the Black Ink clan reinforcements were approaching from multiple directions, and their numbers were not few. Hence, he immediately realized something. If the human army had not retreated in time, and was surrounded by the Black Ink clan reinforcements, their advantageous position would have been immediately reversed. Furthermore, there was the situation on the battlefield at this moment. Due to the deaths of countless Black Ink clansmen, Black Ink strength released from their corpses had formed Black Ink clouds of varying sizes throughout the void. While he was not afraid of these Black Ink clouds, even Seventh Order masters could not fight in such an environment for long periods of time despite having a certain degree of resistance to the corrosion. This environment was certainly very disadvantageous to the human race. After understanding this point, he couldn't help grimacing slightly. The overall environment in the Black Ink battlefield was too unfavorable towards humans. It was amazing how they had persistently defended the Great Passes for so many years and prevented the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds. "Are you all right?" Feng Ying asked in concern. Shen Ao and the others were observing Yang Kai with still slightly stunned expressions, as though they had seen a ghost during the day. The main reason was that Yang Kai's previous performance had stood out too much. Since they first became acquainted with him, it was not until today that they learned he was a grand dragon. The sight of the 20,000-meter-long golden dragon form, carrying out a brutal massacre in the pitch-black darkness, had left a great visual impact on them. More importantly, Yang Kai had used his body to protect hundreds of their allies when he transformed into a grand dragon earlier. As a result, he had suffered innumerable attacks from the Black Ink clan army. Now that he returned to his human form, it could be said that he was covered in wounds. There was not a spot on his exposed skin that was unscathed, and his clothes were dyed in his brilliant golden blood. Yang Kai shook his head. "It's nothing serious." For him, he was fine as long as he did not suffer a fatal wound. As a dragonkin, he had an inherently strong restorative ability in the first place. Combined with the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, in terms of recovery, nobody in this universe would dare to call themselves the best if he claimed to be second best. Although his injuries looked extremely bad at the moment, they would only take a few days to heal. While the others were speaking, Martial Uncle Zhong walked over in large strides and came to a stop in front of Yang Kai. He briefly swept his gaze over Yang Kai before patting his shoulder with a look of approval. "Very good." Everything Yang Kai did earlier had not escaped his notice, so it was only natural that he was very impressed with Yang Kai's performance. Nevertheless, he had some doubts in his heart. It was rumored that the Dragon Clan was very arrogant. Even though they were responsible for guarding the no-return pass, they never bothered to be friendly towards the human race. In fact, they always gave off the feeling that they were better than others. Unexpectedly, from what he saw so far, Yang Kai's attitude did not seem to match the rumors. If anybody told him that a Dragon Clan member would use their own body to shield humans, he would never have believed such words a few days ago. Feng Ying introduced them. "Yang Kai, this is Zhong Liang of Blue Sky Paradise. Martial Uncle Zhong is the person in charge of this sector of the battlefield." Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. "Yang Kai greets Senior Zhong." "How polite." Zhong Liang raised his brow. The feeling that Yang Kai was very different from the dragons that he heard about in the rumors grew stronger. Nevertheless, he said nothing and simply nodded in acknowledgement. "We can finish our talk later. Let's get inside first." He had many questions that needed answers from Feng Ying. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the back with a suspicious look. "What are they doing?" After entering Blue Sky Pass, the people hiding inside the warships came out only to crowd around this area in small groups. Many of them stared at Yang Kai and whispered among themselves. It was clear that Yang Kai's performance on the battlefield, when he transformed into a grand dragon, had surprised them. There was an enormous gate at the front of this area, and Yang Kai could not see what was beyond it. All he could see was a group of 100 entering the gateway, followed by another group of 100 a short while later. In this way, the cycle kept repeating over and over. As soon as those words left his mouth, The people beside him glanced at him in confusion. Zhong Liang even furrowed his brow together into a scowl. Logically speaking, anybody from the human race would know what they were doing right now. Yet for some reason, Yang Kai was ignorant of this fact. Likewise, Feng Ying was filled with puzzlement. During the time they spent together previously, she had not noticed anything strange. Nevertheless, some of his actions today gave her the impression that he was completely clueless about the Great Passes. That was the case back when he first saw Blue Sky Pass. And that was the case now. Despite her confusion, she quietly explained, "Everybody who returns from outside must be checked. Otherwise, they will not be allowed into the inner sanctum." Yang Kai immediately understood upon hearing her answer. Are they worried that Black Ink disciples might have infiltrated our ranks? In terms of external appearance, Black Ink disciples who were corrupted by Black Ink's strength looked no different from usual. If they mixed themselves into the crowd, they would not be exposed easily. Feng Ying nodded. It is not as if such incidents did not occur in the past. A single Black Ink disciple can cause great losses to a Great Pass after all. That is why this rule was created. Regardless of who it was, as long as they leave the Great Pass, they would need to undergo a check upon their return. How do they perform the check? Yang Kai asked curiously. She understood his concerns and secretly sent a transmission to him. Don't worry. They will not be inspecting your small universe. We have other means to perform the check. You will understand later. After hearing her say that, he did not ask any more questions and waited patiently. In any case, their brief exchange had strengthened her belief that Yang Kai was completely clueless about the situation in the Great Passes. He would not have asked these questions otherwise. Zhong Liang glanced at her with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Feng Ying simply shook her head in response, indicating that she did not know anything either. The speed of the inspection was very fast. Almost as soon as the previous batch entered, the next batch would prepare to enter. In this way, it only took about an hour for the entire human army that had participated in the battle earlier to enter Blue Sky Pass. Only Zhong Liang, Yang Kai, Feng Ying, Shenao, and the others remained. Let's go. Zhong Liang beckoned and took the lead to step forward. The others quickly followed behind him. Yang Kai looked around. Although 2 to 3 years had passed since he first came to the Black Ink battlefield, he had spent most of his time serving under Nguyen. It was not until today that he finally arrived at a great pass guarded by the human race. Therefore, it was only natural for him to be curious about the situation here. After entering the gateway, they appeared inside a grand hall. The floor of the grand hall immediately glowed with mysterious and complicated patterns that released faint spirit array fluctuations. Looking around, there was indeed a spirit array engraved into the ground of the grand hall. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-47. This is a misunderstanding. Various orange and red rays of light wandered and moved about in the spirit array. Not only were they numerous, but they also moved as though they were alive. Yang Kai raised his brows slightly at the sight. He could tell that this spirit array was the key to the inspection process. Moreover, he also detected the auras of several seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Masters hiding in the shadows outside the spirit array and silently observing the people inside. He could clearly sense the wariness radiating from the people who were gathered around the spirit array. They were secretly urging their world force as though they were ready to attack at any time should any abnormalities occur. These people were probably the human masters responsible for guarding and monitoring this place. Everybody stood quietly inside the spirit array. During that time, the orange and red rays of light wandered over towards them. It didn't take long before every one of them was enveloped by the orange and red rays of light. Under the illumination of these lights, their expressions seemed a little strange. Nevertheless, nothing unusual happened to the others. Only the light enveloping Yang Kai suddenly flickered several times and turned from orange to pitch black in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Yang Kai. The look in Zhong Liang's eyes sharpened, and his murderous intent blazed strongly. Meanwhile, the hidden figures who had been guarding and monitoring the area surrounding the spirit array came forward in unison. They instantly surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not even a breath of air could pass through them unnoticed. In the midst of their haste, they also formed seals with their hands, and the person in the lead shouted, "Seal." Immediately after that, he summoned many delicate and tiny artifacts specially created for this situation. These artifacts hovered around Yang Kai in all directions and seemed to be connected to each other. With a surge of energy, they turned the space around Yang Kai into a cage and trapped him inside. Everyone secretly breathed out a sigh of relief once everything was done. Even so, the cultivators in charge of guarding the spirit array remained vigilant. It had been a long time since a similar incident took place. The last incident happened several hundred years ago. A black ink disciple had snuck into this place and activated a secret technique that caused him to self-destruct. Although his death did not cause great losses to the humans, the black ink strength that remained after his death had been very troublesome. It had taken Blue Sky Pass painstaking effort just to remove the remaining black ink strength. The same thing had occurred today. It was fortunate that every single Great Pass had since taken precautions against such incidents, so they responded in a timely manner. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall immediately became solemn. "Stop!" Feng shouted anxiously. "This is a misunderstanding." The people guarding the spirit array ignored her and vigilantly kept a watch on Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there with his head lowered, studying the pitch-black light covering his body. He had some guesses about what was happening. Therefore, he immediately raised his hands and stood there quietly to indicate that he would not act rashly. Zhongliang calmly stared at Yang Kai for a moment before he turned to look at Feng. "What do you mean?" Feng shot a look at Yang Kai. It was a signal asking him to remain calm. Quickly walking over to Zhongliang, she sent him a divine sense transmission. "Martial Uncle Zhong, I can guarantee that Yang Kai is not a black ink disciple." "How can you guarantee that? The revealing black ink array has reacted to him." "That can only mean that he has black ink strength in his body. If he has black ink strength inside him, how can he not be a black ink disciple?" She sent another divine sense transmission. "It's true that Yang Kai has black ink strength in his body, but he has not been corrupted by it. He has a world spring inside his small universe." Zhongliang's eyes narrowed at those words, and he turned to look at her. "One of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring? Are you sure?" "I've inspected him myself. I can guarantee it." She nodded sincerely. "Martial Uncle, if you don't believe me, you can always inspect him yourself." He nodded sternly. "This is not something that can be done carelessly. I will certainly need to check for myself." She whispered, "Martial Uncle, a matter relating to the 4 universe pillars is a big deal. There are too many eyes here." She did not finish her sentence. Even so, how could Zhongliang not understand what she was implying? The 4 universe pillars held great significance on the black ink battlefield. For that reason, every single human master who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars was considered a precious talent and resource. The existence of such a person was certainly not something that should be publicized. Otherwise, there was no saying what kind of trouble would arise in the future. Hence, Zhongliang immediately nodded lightly and raised his hand to dismiss the others. "All of you, stand down and lift the barrier." Upon hearing those words, the people guarding the spirit array looked at each other in confusion. The leading 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master hesitantly spoke up. "But Martial Uncle Zhong, the revealing black ink array, has reacted to this person. He is definitely a black ink disciple. If we remove the barrier, what will happen if he does something strange?" "I have my own considerations. Just do as I say." Zhongliang did not allow for any objections. Seeing his insistence, the others could not do anything. Zhongliang was the one in charge of this area after all. A short while later, the artifacts were retrieved and the barrier that confined Yang Kai was removed. Then, everybody left the Grand Hall under Zhongliang's command. Shen Ao and the others turned back to glance at Yang Kai before they left. Their gazes were filled with confusion. If anybody claimed that Yang Kai was a black ink disciple, they would be the first to refuse such claims. During this period of contact, they had gotten to know what kind of person Yang Kai was. and were familiar with his means. How could a person who had a method to dispel and purify black ink strength be a black ink disciple? What's more, he had transformed into a grand dragon to protect his allies just now and massacred a large part of the Black Ink clan army. There was no saying how many Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands. If such a person turned out to be a Black Ink disciple, then there was no justice left in the world. However, the revealing Black Ink array had reacted to him. It was extremely baffling. In any case, Zhongliang had taken matters into his own hands. Even if they were suspicious, they could only wait and see for now. It didn't take long before Zhongliang, Yang Kai, and Fengying were the only ones left inside the Grand Hall. Zhongliang did not relax his guard. Even though Fengying had guaranteed Yang Kai's identity, he could not confirm anything until he saw the truth for himself. "Open your small universe," he instructed. Yang Kai nodded. Fengying opened her mouth and kindly gave a warning. "His small universe is a little special. Don't be too surprised, martial uncle." Zhongliang gave her a puzzled glance and thought to himself, "It's just the world spring. I already know about it, so why would I be surprised?" Despite those thoughts, he couldn't help raising his brow in surprise when his divine sense probed into Yang Kai's small universe for inspection. He was absolutely shocked to the core as he began to mutter, "Why is your small universe?" Everyone who inspected Yang Kai's small universe had the same reaction. Yang Kai was used to this by now, so he casually explained, "This junior is proficient in the Tao of space, so my small universe fully materialized when I first broke through to the open heaven realm. This junior does not understand the exact reason behind this phenomenon." He really did not know the reason why his small universe was special. His proficiency in the Tao of space was probably a factor, but the biggest factor was most likely him integrating the sealed world bead when he first advanced into the open heaven realm. In any case, there was no need to explain such things to others. Zhongliang exclaimed in astonishment, "What order were you in when you advanced into the open heaven realm?" Yang Kai replied, "Fifth order." The corners of Zhongliang's mouth twitched at those words. That was to say that Yang Kai's small universe had already been fully materialized when he was in the fifth order open heaven realm. Zhongliang recalled how he had worked so hard to cultivate in the past. Even so, he only managed to achieve that feat when he advanced into the seventh order open heaven realm. There was no comparison at all. The small universe of an open heaven realm master would only transform from immaterial to material when they reached the seventh order open heaven realm. That was both common knowledge and a principle that had been upheld since time immemorial. Zhongliang dared not say that nobody else would achieve such a feat as a fifth-order open heaven realm master in the future. But this phenomenon was definitely unprecedented until today. He suddenly remembered something and frowned deeply. "Are you part of the human race or the dragon clan?" The dragon clan prioritized cultivating their bloodline. When their bloodline reached a certain level of purity, they would gain the corresponding strength. Therefore, there was no need for them to split heaven and earth apart in their bodies. They would not have a small universe either. For that reason, Yang Kai's situation left him feeling confused. Yang Kai answered honestly, "This junior is from the human race. It's just that I carry a dragon source in my body." Zhongliang was slightly taken aback by those words. If Yang Kai had a dragon source, then it made sense that he could cultivate the Dragon Clan's secret techniques and assume a dragon form. Nevertheless, Zhongliang couldn't help feeling shaken when he recalled the 20,000-meter-long Grand Dragon form he saw. That was a Grand Dragon after all. A 10,000-meter-long dragon was equivalent to an average 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. In other words, a 20,000-meter-long dragon had strength on par with a peak 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At the same time, he finally understood why Yang Kai's attitude was different from the Dragon Clan that he had heard about in rumors. It was because Yang Kai could not be considered a part of the pure-blood Dragon Clan at all. After that, Zhongliang immersed himself in the investigation and saw the world spring in Yang Kai's small universe. The effects of the world spring suppressed and sealed the small universe, so that it became impervious to external influences. He smacked his lips at the sight and revealed a look of envy. Who would not wish to possess one of the 4 universe pillars? That was especially true on the black ink battlefield. If one had one of the 4 universe pillars, they would not need to worry about becoming corrupted by black ink strength. That would put them in a very advantageous position in a battle against the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, these treasures were extremely rare and hard to find. Only those with great destiny could come across such treasures. Zhongliang also saw the black ink strength suppressed and sealed inside Yang Kai's small universe. Unable to stop himself, he asked curiously, "Does it not affect you to have black ink strength suppressed and sealed inside your small universe?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It doesn't affect me at all. In fact, there are times when this junior used black ink strength to disguise himself as a black ink disciple. It was by relying on this ability that this junior survived for 2 years among the Black Ink clan." While saying so, he controlled the black ink strength inside his small universe, and his eyes instantly turned pitch black. The corners of Zhongliang's mouth twitched. "You spent 2 years within the Black Ink clan?" That was extremely shocking information. Since time immemorial, there had never been anybody among the human race who could remain safe and sound after spending 2 years among the Black Ink clan. Even with the protection of the World Spring, doing that was far too daring. Feng spoke up. "I was just about to tell you about this matter, Martial Uncle. It's all thanks to Yang Kai that this disciple managed to return." "What happened?" Zhongliang asked. Thus, she briefly recounted everything that happened to her. She spoke about how she had been corrupted by the black ink strength of a black ink territory lord, used a secret technique to escape danger, and killed a high-ranked black ink clansman. Afterwards, Yang Kai took the initiative to reveal his identity and joined forces with her to rescue the black ink disciples. In the end, they finally managed to gather 300 allies before they proceeded to make their way back. Even though Zhongliang was well-learned and very knowledgeable, he couldn't help widening his eyes in astonishment after listening to her explanation. It was not until she finally finished speaking that he took a deep breath and asked, "Did you just say he had the means to dispel and purify black ink strength? Also, those people who came back with you were originally black ink disciples?" "That's right." Feng nodded sincerely. "You should have seen his ability before, Martial Uncle. He performed that secret technique once when he aided this disciple in the fight against the territory lord earlier." The realization struck Zhongliang. "Are you referring to that white light?" There was no way he did not have a deep impression of the purifying light. He had never seen such a pure white light that shone as brightly as the sun on the black ink battlefield before. At the time, he had suspected that the death of the territory lord was likely related to the white light. From what he could tell at the moment, his guess seemed to be correct. It turned out to be the black ink strength's nemesis. Martial Peak. Chapter 49-48. You don't seem to know much. Zhongliang was shocked to his core. The fact that Yang Kai possessed a world spring had astonished him greatly. Nevertheless, that was nothing compared to learning about the existence of the purifying light. It was true that the world spring was a powerful treasure, allowing one to never fear the corrosion of the black ink strength or worry about being corrupted by it. But that was something that would only benefit one individual. Nobody else could enjoy the benefits of the world spring but its owner. On the other hand, purifying light was different. Purifying light was the means to dispel and purify black ink strength, which was something that could benefit the entire human race. The hundreds of people who Feng Ying led back here were living examples. The conflict between the human race and Black Ink clan had gone on for far too long. Although the Black Ink clan had been trapped in the Black Ink battlefield and could not invade the 3,000 worlds easily, the human race was helpless to destroy the Black Ink clan. That was especially true when it came to the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Since ancient times, many elites among the human race had been corrupted by the black ink strength and turned into enemies. Faced with these people who used to be comrades, close friends, and even relatives who fought side by side with each other on the battlefield, they could only suppress their tears and ruthlessly kill them. It was not that they had never tried to rescue these people. In the past, they had captured the black ink disciples alive, and tried various means to dispel the black ink strength from their bodies. Unfortunately, even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors were powerless to do anything about the black ink strength. And yet there was now someone who could do what even an old ancestor had failed to. How could Zhongliang not be shocked? He immediately realized that Yang Kai's very existence was critical to the entire human race. The means to dispel and purify black ink strength would surely rewrite the unchanging situation that had existed since time immemorial on the black ink battlefield. Grabbing Yang Kai by the arm, Zhongliang tightened his grip with an emotional expression on his face. Come, we must meet the old ancestor. This matter was far too important, and had to be reported to the old ancestor directly. Besides, they had been trapped on the black ink battlefield for so many years, so such good news would absolutely boost morale greatly. Please make the arrangements, Senior. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, he had been planning to meet the Ninth Order old ancestor, who was in charge of Blue Sky Pass already since he needed to make a report about the Void Corridor. Zhongliang grabbed Yang Kai and hurried inside. All of a sudden, he seemed to recall something and turned back to look at Feng Ying. How many people know that he has the World Spring? He did not ask how many people knew about Yang Kai's purifying light. Since everyone who came with them was rescued by Yang Kai, they would surely have seen the white light before. Hence, there was no need to ask. That was not something that needed to be concealed anyway. On the contrary, it would be better if the news were to spread. Such good news would greatly reduce their worries on the battlefield, and allow their allies to fight the Black Ink clan without fear. Good news like this could greatly affect the trend of the battlefield by allowing the human masters to let loose and fight the Black Ink clan without reserve. Feng Ying replied, among those who came back, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm masters should know since they were hiding in his small universe. The 300 or so Black Ink disciples who were rescued previously had been divided and hidden inside the small universe of Feng Ying and the other Seventh Order masters. Since Yang Kai was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he could only take Fifth Order masters along with him. Zhongliang frowned slightly at those words. That was going to be troublesome. Purifying light was something that should be heavily publicized, but the existence of the World Spring was something that needed to be concealed. Once this matter was exposed, it might attract trouble instead. After hearing the exchange, Yang Kai chimed in. Don't worry, Senior. I might have accepted some of the Fifth Order Masters into my small universe, but I did not reveal the existence of the World Spring to them. There were too many secrets in his small universe. If nothing else, there was the large population of the small stone race and various other living beings that he raised in his small universe. The mountains of yellow and blue crystals were also being stored in his small universe. These were not things that Yang Kai would expose so easily. Therefore, he had deliberately blocked the perception of the Fifth Order Masters when he took them into his small universe and only delineated a small area for them to use. In that way, they were unable to see anything that was placed beyond the boundaries of this area. Just like the time when he allowed Zhongliang to inspect his small universe, Yang Kai had only revealed the World Spring and the existence of the Black Ink strength that was suppressed and sealed inside his body. He only allowed Zhongliang to see what he wanted Zhongliang to see. Nothing else had been revealed. Zhongliang nodded lightly in response. Good. He had planned to ask Feng Ying to warn those Fifth Order Masters, so that they kept the existence of the World Spring a secret. But it would now seem that he was saved the trouble of doing that. From this incident, it could be seen that Yang Kai was a meticulous person who acted cautiously. You should get some rest. I'll take him to the old ancestor, Zhongliang instructed before he hurried inside. Feng Ying respectfully saw them off. As soon as Yang Kai and Zhongliang exited the Grand Hall, they saw a large crowd waiting for them outside. These people were allies who fought side by side on the battlefield earlier, and the 300 or so Black Ink disciples that Yang Kai and the others brought back. Upon seeing Yang Kai emerge from the Grand Hall, the cultivators, who were former Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink strength, stepped forward with Shin Ao and the others in the lead. They cupped their fists to express their overflowing gratitude. It was just that Zhongliang was also here, so they could not thank Yang Kai in person. For them, It could almost be said that they had gained a new life. If Yang Kai had not removed the black ink strength from their bodies, they would still be black ink disciples right now. They might even have followed their black ink clan masters to this battlefield to kill their own clansmen in battle. On the other hand, the Seventh Order masters in charge of guarding and monitoring the revealing black ink array stared at Yang Kai in amazement. The revealing black ink array had reacted to him, which could only mean that his body contained black ink strength. In other words, he was a black ink disciple. Even so, Zhong Liang had ushered him into the inner sanctum for some reason. The situation left them puzzled indeed. What's more, judging from the reactions of the surrounding crowd, this young man who was suspected of being a black ink disciple seemed to hold great prestige among this group of people. Just what is going on? The Seventh Order guards looked at each other, feeling speechless. Zhong Liang ignored them and waved the crowd away. Why are you all loitering around here? Quickly get some rest and recover your strength. This war is not over yet. Although they had obtained an absolute victory in the battle earlier, based on their experience over the years, the Black Ink clan's forces would not be pushed back in such a short amount of time. That feat would require years of effort. The Black Ink clan would only withdraw their forces when they could not endure the losses any longer. For that reason, the duration of the war could be long or short. The shortest battles had lasted for 3 to 5 years, while the longest ones had dragged on for several decades to a century. In any case, even if the Black Ink clan withdrew their forces, the human race had no means to annihilate the Black Ink clan completely. Therefore, the Black Ink clan would always rise again after a period of time. For countless years, this vicious cycle had been repeated over and over again. The human race had stationed themselves at the various great passes to guard the last line of defense for the sake of the 3,000 worlds. Walking behind Zhong Liang, Yang Kai looked around in amazement. The scenery inside Blue Sky Pass did not look very different from what one would see inside a city. There were houses situated along both sides of the wide and spacious streets, but of course there were no shops. Although these houses looked like places for people to live in, they seemed to be deserted at this moment. Even the occasional passing cultivator seemed to be in a hurry. Isn't there a little too few people? Yang Kai muttered. Zhong Liang explained. The Great Passes are basically made up of 2 lines of defense. The first line of defense is the outermost barrier that you saw earlier. The second line of defense is where the revealing Black Ink array is located. Now that war has broken out, most of the people have rushed to the first line of defense. Even if some of them withdrew from battle, they would be resting in their respective residences. That is why the inner sanctum is relatively deserted at the moment. Truthfully, the inner sanctum is quite lively when we are not at war. After saying that, he turned to glance at Yang Kai. I forgot to ask, where do you hail from? Yang Kai pondered for a moment. This junior can be considered part of Yinyang Cave Heaven, but I was not born into Yinyang Heaven. Whenever he introduced himself to others before, he had always claimed to be a Yinyang Cave Heaven disciple. The main reason was that he couldn't be bothered to explain the nuances of his situation. Be that as it may, Zhong Liang's status was different. He was an 8th Order ancestor, so it would be better to tell him the truth. Zhong Liang was curious. If you were not born in Yinyang Heaven, then how are you considered part of it? Yang Kai blushed slightly as he explained. This junior married a Yinyang Cave Heaven disciple, so I can be considered a Yinyang Heaven's son-in-law. Zhong Liang's mouth fell open slightly. All of a sudden, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. How lucky. The women of Yinyang Cave Heaven are quite a catch. Generally speaking, the female disciples of the major cave heavens and paradises would not marry outside their respective sects. However, if an individual had outstanding aptitude, the cave heavens and paradises would not hesitate to win these individuals over. Yang Kai's various performances had not escaped Zhong Liang's notice. This boy was truly outstanding. In Zhong Liang's opinion, it was not strange for Yinyang Cave Heaven to use the marriage of their female disciples as a means to win over a rising star like Yang Kai. Nevertheless, He would never have imagined that Yang Kai was not just marrying a Yinyang Cave Heaven disciple, but two Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples, one of which was a core disciple. If he knew, he would have been shocked. There are also some people from Yinyang Cave Heaven here at Blue Sky Pass. I'll introduce you to them if I get the chance, Zhongliang said casually. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said curiously, isn't Blue Sky Pass the Great Pass guarded by Blue Sky Paradise? Why are there people from other cave heavens and paradises here? This was something he noticed earlier. Some of the open heaven realm masters who appeared on the battlefield earlier were clearly not from Blue Sky Paradise. He could tell because their divine abilities and secret techniques clearly came from other cave heavens and paradises. Zhongliang replied, Blue Sky Pass is indeed named after Blue Sky Paradise, and the one overseeing Blue Sky Pass is an old ancestor from Blue Sky Paradise. Be that as it may, the people here come from all over the 3,000 worlds. In fact, there are people from almost every cave heaven or paradise here. How could there only be people from Blue Sky Paradise? You should know that every cave heaven and paradise has their own strengths and weaknesses. Only with sincere cooperation can we bring together each other's strengths and make up for our respective weaknesses. That is the case at Blue Sky Pass and all other great passes. After listening to the explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. It would seem that his previous understanding had been flawed. Zhongliang furrowed his brow slightly at that moment as he muttered, You don't seem to have much knowledge about the great passes. Logically speaking, as long as a person resided in any of the great passes for a few days, they would naturally learn about such common knowledge. However, Yang Kai's behavior seemed to indicate that this was his first time at one of the great passes. Yang Kai quietly said, I will be truthful, senior. I am mostly ignorant about the great passes. Moreover, this is also my first time coming to one of the great passes. Zhongliang was astonished. How can that be? If that's the case, then how were you captured by the Black Ink clan? He previously assumed that Yang Kai had been captured by the Black Ink clan on one of the battlefields. Consequently, Yang Kai had been forced to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple and followed the Black Ink clan back to their territory. But now, that did not seem to be the case. Yang Kai cupped his fist. I cannot tell you the exact reason, but the truth will come to light when this junior meets with the old ancestor. Zhongliang stared at Yang Kai for a while. He could not understand what in the world could be so difficult to say to him. As an 8th order ancestor, what was there that he was not allowed to know? Nevertheless, seeing as Yang Kai had said as much, there must be some sort of secret involved. It was not right for him to probe further, so he simply said, Good. However, you might not be able to meet the old ancestor right now. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-49, Astonishing. The old ancestor is wounded. Before Yang Kai could inquire about the matter, Zhongliang took the initiative to explain. Yang Kai was taken aback. Someone with the title Old Ancestor could only be a 9th order Open Heaven Realm Master. How could a person like that be wounded? In the next moment, though, he quickly understood. Was the Old Ancestor injured during the battle with the Black Ink Royal Lord? The only one who could harm an Old Ancestor was a Royal Lord from the Black Ink clan. It would seem that the disturbance caused by the Old Ancestor's attack that Yang Kai sensed previously, when he was in the Black Ink clan's territory, had belonged to the Old Ancestor of Blue Sky Pass. Not long after the attack, the Royal Lord had led the Black Ink clan army in pursuit of the human army. He probably exchanged blows with the Old Ancestor at the time, which resulted in the Old Ancestor being injured in the process. Zhongliang nodded. The Old Ancestor might be wounded, but that Royal Lord is in no better condition. We have no idea where the enemy's leader is hiding to treat his wounds at the moment. For the time being, we will have to see who between them recovers first. That will determine the outcome of this battle. The strongest combatants on both sides had been injured and were busy recuperating. Otherwise, their presence would definitely have been seen on the battlefield. In any case, the one who recovered first would obtain the absolute advantage. That was the reason why Zhongliang could not be sure whether Yang Kai could gain an audience with the old ancestor right now. If this matter was not urgent, Zhongliang would not have even considered disturbing the old ancestor at a time like this. After all, it was extremely important for the old ancestor to recover from his wounds. It was just that Yang Kai's ability to purify Black Ink's strength was also extremely important, so they had to report this matter to the old ancestor as soon as possible. There was a solitary mountain in the middle of Blue Sky Pass that towered high into the clouds. On top of the solitary mountain stood a majestic palace. That was the place where the old ancestor cultivated in retreat. He normally lived here in seclusion and rarely revealed himself without a reason. Flight was not prohibited inside the inner sanctum, and it did not take long for Zhongliang to guide Yang Kai to the palace located at the top of the solitary mountain. There were several figures standing guard outside the palace, and each one of them had a profound aura. Even the weakest among them was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. There was also an 8th Order ancestor standing guard in the open, right before the doors, just in case an accident occurred. Upon detecting movement, the 8th Order ancestor, who had been sitting down cross-legged and resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slightly and stood up to block their path. "Senior brother Sun." Zhongliang stepped forward in greeting. Senior brother Sun nodded lightly. Glancing at Yang Kai, who was following behind Zhongliang curiously, he asked, "Junior brother Zhong, what is so urgent for you to come here?" As 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors, Senior brother Sun believed that Zhongliang knew better and would not come here at this time unless there was something important. "I have something to report to the old ancestor," Zhongliang replied. Stepping forward, he secretly explained the situation in detail to Senior brother Sun via transmission. At first, Senior brother Sun listened with an indifferent expression, but it didn't take long before his eyes contracted in astonishment. He turned to stare at Yang Kai in shock and anxiously asked, "Is that possible?" Zhongliang nodded solemnly. "Feng told me herself. Besides, those hundreds of people have already entered the inner sanctum. The information is trustworthy." Senior brother Sun frowned. "Didn't you verify the truth with your own eyes?" Zhongliang asked. "How do we verify this matter?" Senior brother Sun pondered in silence for a moment. "Capture a Black Ink disciple and bring them back." Zhongliang stared at Senior brother Sun with his mouth agape, seeming to ask, "Are you serious?" With his expression. Even if he was an 8th Order master, it was not easy to capture a Black Ink disciple alive on that chaotic battlefield. Senior brother Sun glared at Zhongliang. "This is an important matter. It's better to be careful. Go quickly." Helpless, Zhongliang could only answer, Fine, I'll go." Yang Kai listened to the conversation from the side and vaguely guessed the contents of their conversation. Thus, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "There's no need to go to so much trouble. If you wish to verify this matter, Senior, this disciple can show you at any time." Senior brother Sun raised a brow at those words. "How will you do that?" Zhongliang slapped his forehead. "I forgot. He has Black Ink strength suppressed and sealed inside his small universe." Turning around, he explained the situation to Senior brother Sun. "This brat is extremely blessed. He possesses a world spring, so he does not fear becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength. Moreover, he is bold and reckless. By suppressing and sealing Black Ink strength in his small universe, he disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and lived among the Black Ink clan for a few years." Senior brother Sun stared at Yang Kai, so shocked that his mouth fell open slightly. This was absolutely astounding information. Even with a world spring, it was crazy for anybody to suppress and seal Black Ink's strength inside their small universe. Not to mention, Yang Kai had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and lived among the Black Ink clan for several years. Someone who did this could no longer be described as courageous. Only reckless would suffice. Nevertheless, this would indeed save them a lot of trouble. Senior brother Sun nodded at Yang Kai and said, "This is an important matter. It's not that I don't trust you, but I must verify the truth with my own eyes." Yang Kai nodded to indicate that he understood. Raising his hand, He opened the portal to his small universe, and a mass of black ink strength immediately poured out from within. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in charge of protecting this place had no idea what was going on, so they were shocked to see the pitch-black black ink strength. Thinking that a black ink disciple had infiltrated this place, they instinctively pushed their world force. It was fortunate that Senior Brother Sun stopped them in time. Senior Brother Sun stared intently at Yang Kai's movements, and soon saw Yang Kai's hands glowing with two different colored lights. When Yang Kai pressed his palms together, the two different colored lights transformed into a pure white light. Zhongliang raised his brow slightly at the sight. It was that same white light. He had personally witnessed the white light inflicting great harm on the Black Ink Territory Lord he fought earlier. There was no doubt that the Black Ink Territory Lord had shown a panicked expression when enveloped by the white light. However, what he witnessed from afar could not compare to the shock he experienced at this moment. Under his divine sense perception, he could tell that the white light was completely pure and flawless. The white light loomed over the black ink strength, then they came into contact with each other in the next moment. The thick black ink strength quickly vaporized and vanished out of sight. Only the white light remained without disappearing. The Seventh Order Masters, who reacted as though they were facing a great enemy earlier, were now dumbfounded by what they just witnessed. Even Senior Brother Sun was shocked beyond words. A long while passed before he said, "Astonishing." Although the white light did not contain strong destructive power, it had the effect of purifying the black ink strength. That alone was worthy of his high evaluation. "Please wait here. I will inform the old ancestor of your arrival, but I cannot guarantee that you will receive a response. The old ancestor is in the middle of recovery after all," Senior Brother Sun said before he turned around and entered the palace. Zhongliang and Yang Kai waited patiently. Meanwhile, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters studied Yang Kai intently, as though they were trying to figure out something from his body. The black ink strength that Yang Kai brought out earlier had already been dispelled, but the white light continued to exist. Zhongliang couldn't help feeling curious. Reaching out to touch the light, he discovered that it actually gave off an extremely gentle and comforting feeling. "Can this still be used?" Zhongliang asked. Yang Kai nodded in reply. "It should still be effective, but it won't last for long." Zhongliang smacked his lips. That's such a waste. He was tempted to capture a black ink disciple and throw them into the white light. In that way, the black ink strength in the black ink disciple would be dispelled, and the black ink disciple would regain mental clarity. Yang Kai had already noticed this issue some time ago. There were many times when purifying light went to waste. Even after dispelling black ink strength from the bodies of the black ink disciples, the effects of the purifying light would not dissipate completely depending on its initial intensity. It was obvious that the light could still be used, but he could only let it go to waste as there was nothing to use it on. It had to be said that the purifying light was formed from the power of the yellow and blue crystals. Therefore, it was these precious yin and yang element materials that were being wasted. Not long afterwards, Senior Brother Sun returned from inside the palace. Zhongliang hurriedly looked over only to see Senior Brother Sun shaking his head slowly. The old ancestor did not respond. He is probably at a critical juncture in his recovery. There was nothing Zhongliang could do after hearing that statement. After all, he could not forcibly interrupt the old ancestor who was in the midst of healing. If anything were to happen to the old ancestor, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Senior Brother Sun quickly followed up. "When the old ancestor comes out of retreat, I will inform him about this matter. In any case, Yang Kai is already in the inner sanctum. There's no need to be anxious." Zhongliang nodded. "That's the only way." "But, what do you plan to do now?" Senior Brother Sun asked. Naturally, Zhongliang understood what Senior Brother Sun meant. This matter cannot be concealed. In any case, it is not something that needs to be concealed either. I plan to announce this information to everyone. This is an uplifting piece of news, especially now that war has broken out. This information will allow the disciples to fight without worries, which will in turn boost their morale. Senior Brother Sun pondered for a while. Good. The problem that has plagued us for so long has been resolved. This will certainly boost morale among the ranks. Do as you see fit. Zhongliang replied. Then I will gather those old farts in the conference hall and announce this news to them. Go ahead. I will inform the old ancestor about this matter as soon as possible. I'm sure the old ancestor will also agree with the plan. Zhongliang cupped his fist and sent a divine sense transmission to remind Senior Brother Sun. Senior Brother, the fact that this boy possesses the world spring cannot be exposed. Senior Brother Sun understood. Don't worry. I will take care of it. Likewise, Senior Brother Sun understood what Zhongliang was worried about. If it was revealed that Yang Kai possessed the world spring, it would surely attract trouble. Zhongliang thanked Senior Brother Sun and quickly departed with Yang Kai. Along the way, he took out a communication device and sent out several messages. A short while later, a stream of light sped towards them. A figure was revealed when the stream of light came close. It turned out to be Feng Ying. Martial uncle. Feng Ying cupped her fist in greeting. It was apparent that she had been summoned by Zhongliang. Zhongliang instructed. Lead him to the main conference hall and wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Yes, she responded. Tilting her head to signal Yang Kai, she led him in a certain direction. On the other hand, Zhongliang headed towards the outside of the Great Pass. Along the way, Feng Ying asked, Have you met the old ancestor? Yang Kai shook his head. The old ancestor is recovering, so I didn't manage to meet him. She was taken aback. Is the old ancestor injured? It had not been long since she returned, so she was not informed about the old ancestor's injury. I heard Senior Zhong mention that the Royal Lord is in a similar condition. The Royal Lord is currently hiding somewhere to treat his wounds. At present, it all depends on who recovers first. The one who wins this race will hold the absolute advantage on the battlefield. Feng Ying nodded lightly. It was not the first time the old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass and the Royal Lord of this region had fought each other. Every time the Black Ink clan launched an assault on Blue Sky Pass, the Royal Lord would step forward to keep the old ancestor in check. There was no other choice. The Royal Lord had to join the battle personally. Otherwise, no amount of Black Ink clansmen could ever hope to stop the old ancestor if he stood on the front lines. Why does Martial Uncle Zhong want you to go to the main conference hall? She inquired further. Yang Kai answered. He seems to believe that word of the purifying light will boost morale, so he plans to announce it to everyone. Feng Ying instantly understood. It will certainly be beneficial. Besides, there's nothing wrong with publicizing this information. This matter cannot be hidden anyway. Everybody will know about it sooner or later. Yang Kai nodded. He had no intention of hiding this ability as it could restrain Black Ink's strength after all. If this ability could benefit his allies, then he would be happy to cooperate. It did not take long for the pair to arrive outside a grand hall. However, they did not enter and simply waited outside. The hall was empty without a figure in sight, but after waiting for some time, a figure came towards them from a distance and soon landed not far away. The person who arrived was burly and had a head of disheveled hair, like a raging wild lion. Martial Peak. Chapter 4950. Something we need to confirm. Martial Uncle Zhao. Feng Ying faced the person who just arrived and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai also bowed slightly from where he stood behind her. On the other hand, Martial Uncle Zhao stared at Feng Ying in surprise. Feng girl, you're back. Didn't they say that you were left behind in Black Ink clan territory? How did you manage to return? She replied. I was lucky to survive. As for how she managed to return, she did not explain in detail. He nodded lightly. You will surely receive a great blessing after surviving such a difficult ordeal. Don't squander your opportunity. I hope that you can slaughter even more Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield from now on. She responded affirmatively. After that, he stuck his head into the hall and looked around before he frowningly asked, Brother Zhong summoned us here, so why isn't he here? Did something happen? She respectfully answered. Martial Uncle Zhong has something important to announce. Unfortunately, this disciple does not know the exact details. Please enter first, Marshal Uncle Zhao. Marshal Uncle Zhong will be here soon. Marshal Uncle Zhao nodded. Then he strode into the conference hall and randomly found a place to sit and wait. Marshal Uncle Zhao had only just entered the hall when numerous streams of lights came flying over from all directions. Every one of them was an Eighth Order master. They were clearly the people in charge of the various front lines on the battlefield. In other words, they had the same status as Zhong Liang. Feng Ying and Yang Kai stood outside the hall, greeting each arrival in succession. As the guests entered, Feng Ying told Yang Kai who was from which cave, heaven or paradise. Although there were tens of thousands of masters in Blue Sky Pass, there were only a handful of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters among them. In fact, there were only several dozen in total. Feng Ying had been living here for thousands of years, so it was only natural for her to know them all. These Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters could be said to be the pillars of every great pass. Every one of them was an incredibly valuable asset, and they basically held important positions that placed them in charge of commanding the human army and protecting the various defense lines. As expected, there was also an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor from Yinyang Cave Heaven. It was just that he did not know Yang Kai's origins, so he did not pay much attention to him. Besides, this was not a place where people made connections to climb up the social ladder. Yang Kai simply memorized the name and appearance of this Eighth Order master, without saying too much to the other party. Most of the Eighth Order masters who came here were acquainted with Feng Ying. Some of them glanced at Yang Kai, but did not pay much attention to him. However, Yang Kai felt as though the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Shihi Paradise had been observing him closely. The other party even seemed to have a look of doubt on his face when he entered the conference hall. Nevertheless, he did not say anything to Yang Kai. In the end, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering whether it was simply his own misunderstanding. Everybody waited in the hall for some time, but there was still no sign of Zhong Liang anywhere. It didn't take long before somebody lost their patience and complained. "What the hell is that old fart Zhong doing? I have an ongoing battle at the moment. Why did he send an urgent message to summon us here? Is he playing a joke on us? Where is that old fart Zhong?" "Brother Zhong, please don't be so impatient. Since we received an urgent message from Brother Zhong, then it must be something important. Although you have an ongoing battle, the outcome will not be determined for some time yet. It's time to let the subordinates under our command rest for a while," somebody earnestly responded. It would seem that this person was quite open-minded. "Speaking of which, have you visited the old ancestor? Are his injuries severe? I've sent a message and received a response claiming that old ancestor is in the middle of recovery, so I didn't dare to disturb him. I don't think it's very serious. It's not the first time something like this has happened after all. Old ancestor is treating his wounds, as is the royal lord. It's the same for both sides. If I had to say, we should find an opportunity to charge forward. Once we find the place where the royal lord is recuperating, we can vanquish him. In that way the war will go smoothly for us." "Brother, you're not a child anymore. Why are you spewing such nonsensical words? The place where the royal lord is recuperating will surely be under strict guard. We might be able to charge forward, but we won't be able to return alive. You should think before you speak." "Who did you just call brainless?" "Of course, I'm referring to the person who answered." For a time, the quarrel became very fierce. There was no saying whether these two quarreling Eighth Order masters did not get along with each other in the first place, but as soon as they started arguing, they started to roll up their sleeves to get physical. Consequently, the people around them panicked and quickly stepped in to calm them down. Outside the hall, Feng Ying and Yang Kai glanced at each other with speechless expressions. Eighth Order masters held highly revered positions, so most people had the impression that they were all stern-looking and dignified people. Who could have imagined that these Eighth Order ancestors would be squabbling inside the conference hall like hawkers at the market? If news were to spread out to the public, nobody would believe the truth. A stream of light suddenly sped over from a distance and landed in front of the two. It was Zhong Liang. Feng Ying and Yang Kai bowed in unison, and looked up only to see Zhong Liang holding a person in his grasp. That person was clearly a black ink disciple. His eyes were filled with inky darkness, and although there was a seal placed on his body that suppressed his strength and prevented him from circulating his power, he continued to struggle endlessly against his restraints. Upon seeing this black ink disciple, Yang Kai immediately had a vague understanding of Zhong Liang's intentions. No matter how beautiful his words were, nobody would believe them without proof. Therefore, Zhong Liang had obviously rushed to the battlefield outside the Great Pass and captured a black ink disciple, so that Yang Kai could use purifying light in front of everyone. Zhong Liang nodded and directed his words at Yang Kai. "Come with me." "Yes." Yang Kai responded affirmatively, then he followed Zhong Liang into the hall. The noise inside the hall died down abruptly. Many people turned to stare at them in astonishment, wondering why Zhong Liang had captured and brought a black ink disciple here. "Brother Zhong, you're finally here," somebody remarked. "I've made you wait," Zhong Liang cupped his fist apologetically. "It's just that this is a very important matter, so I had to take some time to prepare." While speaking, he threw the black ink disciple in his grasp to the ground. The black ink disciple might have been placed under a seal, but his movements were unimpeded. Thus he quickly stood up and looked around cautiously. Everybody in the room was also scrutinizing the black ink disciple. All the people present in this room were 8th Order masters, so this black ink disciple did not pose any threat to them. Be that as it may, they had a vague guess that Zhong Liang's announcement had something to do with the black ink disciples. There was no need for him to capture one otherwise. "What is going on, Brother Zhong? Can't you tell us now? The front lines are still fighting. It will be a problem if we remain here for too long," somebody urged. Zhong Liang nodded. Just as he was about to speak, somebody else suddenly interrupted the conversation. "Brother Zhong, before you begin, there is something I want to confirm." Zhong Liang turned to look in that direction and nodded. "Please speak, Brother Tian." Likewise, Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person who spoke earlier was the same person who was staring intently at him earlier. At the time, he had the feeling that this person's gaze contained some sort of deeper meaning, but could not be sure. It would now seem that his guess was correct. He recalled that Feng had introduced this person as Tian Xiuzhu of Shihi Paradise. Tian Xiuzhu said, "I heard a message from a disciple under my command claiming that the revealing black ink array had reacted to a certain individual when a group of people entered the inner sanctum earlier. However, you insisted on bringing him into the inner sanctum. Is that true, Brother Zhong?" Zhong Liang frowned slightly. He knew that the person who sent the message was most likely one of the people guarding the revealing black ink array. Even so, he could not blame the other party. They were simply carrying out their duties. Unable to prevent him from bringing Yang Kai into the inner sanctum when he insisted, they could only send a message to the ancestors of their respective cave heavens and paradises to ask them to investigate and determine the truth of the incident. "It looks like I won't be able to keep this matter hidden anymore." Zhong Liang smacked his lips. "I had hoped to avoid attracting trouble, but it looks like I won't be able to avoid this issue." In the end, he nodded. "It's true." Seeing his admission, somebody exclaimed in astonishment. "If the revealing black ink array reacted, that can only mean that they have black ink strength in their body. That person is a black ink disciple. How can you bring such a person into the inner sanctum, Brother Zhong? Could it be this person?" That person glanced at the black ink disciple that Zhong Liang had just brought in. Tian Xiuzhu shook his head. "It's not this black ink disciple. If my guess is correct, that person should have been him. Am I right?" While speaking, he glanced towards Yang Kai, who was standing next to Zhong Liang. Yang Kai bowed politely. "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." Many people studied Yang Kai curiously. Some people seemed confused while others seemed thoughtful. Zhong Liang sighed softly and looked at Tian Xiuzhu. "Brother Tian, what are you trying to say?" Tian Xiuzhu said, "Brother Zhong, you insisted on bringing this boy into the inner sanctum, without even placing a restriction on him. That can only mean that you are not worried about him in the slightest. However, the revealing black ink array could not have been mistaken. In other words, he most likely has black ink strength in his body. But judging by his appearance and actions, he does not seem like a black ink disciple. Despite having black ink strength in his body, he is not being corrupted by it. Looking at this situation, doesn't anything come to mind? Somebody suddenly understood and shouted, "A4 universe pillar?" A series of gasps rang out, and many pairs of eyes flashed with interest at those words. Another person asked excitedly, "Does the boy really possess one of the 4 universe pillars?" Only those who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars would not be converted into a black ink disciple despite having black ink strength in their body. It was not as if something similar had never happened before. After all, Yang Kai was not the only person with a 4 universe pillar among the human race. With a 4 universe pillar protecting their small universe, it stood to reason that black ink strength could not invade one's body regardless of the circumstances. However, it was a different case altogether if they took the initiative to open the portal to their small universe and accept black ink strength into their small universe. In the past, many human masters with the 4 universe pillars had carried out various experiments to accept black ink strength into their small universe. They wanted to see if the corrosion of black ink strength was stronger, or the power of the 4 universe pillars was greater. The results naturally spoke for themselves. Those who possessed the 4 universe pillars would not be affected in any way even if they opened the portal to their small universe and drew in black ink strength. Although this matter could be considered a secret, all the people present in this room were 8th Order masters who had heard about this matter to some extent. That was why some of them immediately guessed the truth once they heard Tian Xiaozhu's statement. Zhong Liang scowled deeply, faced with so many inquiring eyes. He knew that he could not keep the secret hidden any longer, even though he wanted to for Yang Kai. He had repeatedly reminded Feng Ying, and the senior brother standing guard for the old ancestor, not to reveal the secret that Yang Kai possessed a world spring. His actions were to prevent these exact kinds of situations from happening. Unfortunately, he failed to prevent such a situation in the end. The disciples guarding the revealing black ink array had sent a message to Tian Xiaozhu, and the quick-witted Tian Xiaozhu managed to deduce the truth based on such meager information. Hence, Zhong Liang nodded with a sullen expression. Brother Tian is correct. Yang Kai does indeed possess one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring. Despite having some guesses, the crowd could barely conceal the joy on their faces when they heard him confirming their speculations. Somebody then asked, "Which cave, heaven or paradise does this boy come from?" Zhong Liang turned to the side and looked at Yang Kai, indicating for him to explain the situation himself. Yang Kai glanced at one of the elderly men and cupped his fist. This disciple married 2 Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples and became a Yinyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law. Greetings, Elder Lu. Martial Peak, Chapter 4951. Good steel should be used to forge excellent blades. Thanks to Feng Ying's secret introductions earlier, Yang Kai had memorized the identity of this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor. This person was Yinyang Cave Heaven's Lu, and Yang Kai had originally planned to visit this person when he had the time. Now that the situation had come to this, he could only reveal his identity in advance. Luan raised his brow, looking extremely surprised. He had not expected Yang Kai to be part of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Even if Yang Kai was not born in Yinyang Cave Heaven, the fact that he could marry 2 Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples indicated that he was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, the sect would not have allowed the 2 disciples to marry him. Everybody else was also extremely flabbergasted. It turned out that the little brat standing in front of them was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Not only was he not from any of the cave heavens or paradises, but he was also only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How did he come to the Black Ink battlefield? Even if he was a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, there was no such precedent throughout history. In the Black Ink battlefield, all the cultivators in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and below were the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises exclusively. Only a few of the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were from outside sects. They had been forcefully dispatched to the black ink battlefield by the cave heavens and paradises. Knowing that Yang Kai was part of Yin Cave Heaven, Luan's expression immediately became much friendlier. He nodded lightly and asked, "Whose disciple did you marry?" He was not asking out of simple curiosity. Words were useless without proof. There was a need to verify the truth in case Yang Kai turned out to be lying. If he believed those lies blindly, and something were to happen in the future, it was Yin Cave Heaven's reputation that would suffer a heavy blow. Yang Kai replied, "The disciples that this junior married are the legacy disciple under Su Linggong and the legacy disciple under Chen Xiao." Luan murmured, "So it was Su and Chen Boy." If Yang Kai had mentioned the names of Chu Huashang and Tao Ling Wan, there was a possibility that he would not have recognized them. After all, it had been a long time since Luan came to the black ink battlefield. The two women might not have even been born yet when he left the sect. However, Luan recalled the names of Su Linggong and Chen Xiao to some extent. That was especially true for the person called Su Linggong. Although Su Linggong was nothing more than a rising star in the sect, who had yet to advance into the open heaven realm, when Luan left the sect, he was already being trained and nurtured as a core disciple at the time. Furthermore, Luan heard that Su Linggong joined the black ink battlefield several decades ago. It was just that Su Linggong did not come to Blue Sky Pass. Nevertheless, it would not be difficult for him to verify these facts. Listening to the conversation between those two, the others could basically confirm that Yang Kai was indeed part of Yin Cave Heaven. Somebody immediately cupped his fist at Luan and said, "What a blessing, Brother Lu! Congratulations, Brother Lu!" Despite the congratulatory words, Luan did not seem happy. He simply smiled bitterly while shaking his head and waving away their congratulatory wishes. On the other hand, the frown on Zhong Liang's face deepened. "Yang Kai, was it?" Among the congratulatory wishes, somebody spoke up suddenly. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the voice belonged to Tian Xiaozhu. He immediately cupped his fist and bowed. "Yes." "What order were you when you first advanced into the open heaven realm?" Tian Xiaozhu asked. Yang Kai answered, "The fifth order open heaven realm." "Fifth order?" Tian Xiaozhu nodded lightly. "You must be wondering why we are offering our congratulatory wishes. In truth, this is something related to you." Yang Kai looked puzzled. Just why would this be related to him? Besides, he was certainly curious as to why the others were congratulating Luan. Luan raised a hand to interrupt. "Brother Tian, let's talk about this later." There was a hint of reluctance and guilt in his expression. Tian Xiaozhu looked at Luan. "The Black Ink clan is currently besieging Blue Sky Pass. This is the time when we need to strengthen the might of our forces the most. Therefore, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Since all the Eighth Order Masters have basically been gathered here, it's a good opportunity to speak openly about this matter. Brother Lu, I'm sure you understand that this Tian has no selfish intentions. This is all for the greater good of the human race." Luan sighed softly. "Of course, I know that you are not being selfish, Brother Lu. But," Tian Xiaozhu said, "this matter concerns the entire human race, not just Yin Cave Heaven. Brother Lu, you may remain silent if you feel guilty." Luan sighed again and said no more. Afterward, Tian Xiaozhu turned to look at Yang Kai. "You not only possess one of the four universe pillars, but have also suppressed and sealed black ink strength in your body. So, you should know how the four universe pillars hold up against the black ink strength." Yang Kai nodded. This junior naturally understands. It was thanks to the world spring that his small universe remained flawless. Back when he was in the Black Prison, even the secret technique of the Black Ink Royal Lord had no effect on him at all. It could be said that he would never need to worry about the corrosion of the black ink strength, as long as he had the world spring. In fact, as long as he was strong enough, he could charge right into the middle of the Black Ink clan army without any worries. Tian Xiaozhu bluntly got to the point. The four universe pillars are very useful to the human race, but they are very rare and hard to find. That is why, if any of the four universe pillars appear in the 3,000 worlds, the cave heavens and paradises will spare no effort to obtain and deliver it to the black ink battlefield. The 4 universe pillars would then be refined by an 8th order open heaven realm master and used to fight the black ink clan. The old ancestors are strong enough that they have no need to fear becoming corrupted by black ink strength. Unfortunately, there have been precedents where 8th order open heaven realm masters were corrupted. The 4 universe pillars can protect an 8th order open heaven realm master on the battlefield, which will allow them to fight the black ink clan freely and without fear of becoming corrupted. This matter is something that holds great significance to the human race. On the black ink battlefield, only 8th order open heaven realm masters are eligible to possess a 4 universe pillar. That is because only 8th order open heaven realm masters can protect such a treasure. You are only in the 6th order at the moment. If you enter the battlefield, there is no guarantee that nothing will happen to you. More importantly, if anything were to happen to you, the human race would not only lose you as an individual, but also an extremely rare and precious treasure. In addition, the Black Ink clan will surely target you if they learn that you possess one of the 4 universe pillars. It would be very detrimental for you. After all, the Black Ink clan is extremely repulsed by the 4 universe pillars. If given the chance, they will never allow any human cultivator with a 4 universe pillar to walk free. As you are now, you are not strong enough to protect the 4 universe pillars. Do you understand what I am trying to say? Tian Xiuzhu looked at Yang Kai solemnly. At first, Yang Kai had not quite grasped the situation, but Tian Xiuzhu had spoken so clearly that it was impossible for him not to understand now. He immediately nodded in response. If I have heard you correctly, Senior, you are asking me to offer up my world spring. Tian Xiuzhu nodded. Good steel should be used to forge excellent blades. This old master's words may be somewhat cruel, but I do not have any selfish intentions. I am speaking for the sake of the entire human race. Of course, please do not worry. This old master does not covet the world spring in your possession. Since you come from Yinyang Cave Heaven, the world spring will be taken over by Brother Lu instead. Yang Kai immediately understood. It now made sense as to why they asked him which cave heaven or paradise he came from earlier. They had been preparing for this moment. Depending on which cave heaven or paradise he came from, an ancestor of that particular cave heaven or paradise would naturally be the one to take possession of the world spring. If you had the potential to advance into the 8th order open heaven realm, this old master would not have had to play the part of the villain. Unfortunately, you only advanced into the 5th order as a starting point, making your limit the 7th order. Even if you became a 7th order open heaven realm master, you would still lack the necessary strength required to protect the world spring. Tian Xiuzhu exhaled softly and looked at Yang Kai sternly. So, little friend, this old master asks that you offer up the world spring in contribution to the entire human race. Yang Kai remained silent and said nothing. He certainly did not expect to encounter this situation after coming to the Black Ink battlefield. Although he heard Feng Ying mention that all the 4 universe pillars belonging to the human race were in the hands of the 8th order masters, he had not thought much about her statement at the time. It would seem that it was not because the 8th order open heaven realm masters had amazing opportunities, but that the situation had resulted from intentional distribution of resources. In the past, people who were not in the 8th order open heaven realm might also have obtained one of the 4 universe pillars, but they had always voluntarily offered up these treasures, so that the ancestors of their respective sects could make best use of them instead. The Black Ink clan must also be privy to this information, which was why they did not bother to perform a thorough check on cultivators below the 8th order open heaven realm after converting them with Black Ink strength. If not for that, the Black Ink clan territory lord would not have departed with such peace of mind after he corrupted Feng Ying. If this were any other place, Yang Kai would definitely have suspected Tian Xiuzhu of malicious intentions for bringing up this topic. However, this was the Black Ink battlefield. There might be some friction and conflicts among the various cave heavens and paradises, but they were of one mind and one will when it came to the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. It was just like how Chen Xiu had schemed for his own disciple to suffer from cultivation dissonance in front of Yang Kai, in order to protect Yin Yang Cave Heaven's face. He had no malicious intentions towards Yang Kai at the time, and was simply acting in the best interests of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Likewise, Tian Xiuzhu held no malicious intentions towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai himself could perceive that fact. After all, even if he offered up the World Spring, his actions would not benefit Tian Xiuzhu in any way. The World Spring would only be handed over to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Luan. It was just as Tian Xiuzhu had said, this was all for the sake of the greater good of the human race. When Yang Kai remained silent, the atmosphere in the hall turned colder. Everybody knew that this situation was very unfair to Yang Kai, but it was not as if they had never encountered similar situations in the past. They had always handled such situations in this manner. There was no reason for them to make an exception for this case. Tian Xiuzhu continued, please rest assured. Giving up the World Spring will indeed damage the integrity of your small universe. However, the inner sanctum will prepare a profound Yin spirit fruit for you. We will help you repair your small universe, so that your cultivation will not be affected in the future. In any case, there is no hurry. You are only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm at the moment. Even if you wanted to offer up the World Spring right now, you don't have the necessary ability to do so. We will only ask this of you when you advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and your small universe transforms from immaterial to material. When Yang Kai first obtained the World Spring, he had been placed in captivity by Xiaolin Lang in the Shattered Heaven for some time. That incident had occurred for this very reason. She had also wanted to obtain the World Spring, but she had to consider Yang Kai's inadequate cultivation. She believed that his small universe was still immaterial, and that he could not cut off a part of his small universe for her. Therefore, she had provided him with various cultivation materials to help him advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to her, his small universe had transformed from immaterial to material a long time ago. He could have separated the World Spring from his body at any time if he wanted. Needless to say, there was another method available. That method was much easier, which was to kill him. Once Yang Kai died, there was a chance the World Spring would emerge when his small universe collapsed. However, even for the human race, forcibly asking a junior to give up the World Spring was already very cruel. So how could they outright kill him? Nobody would agree to carry out such a heinous act. Zhong Liang stood silently by the side. There were two reasons why he had previously inquired about Yang Kai's initial order when advancing into the Open Heaven realm. The first reason was that he had been confused as to whether Yang Kai was part of the human race or the Dragon Clan. The second reason was that he wanted to know the limits of Yang Kai's future cultivation. As soon as he learned that Yang Kai had initially advanced into the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, he immediately decided to ensure that the news regarding Yang Kai's possession of the World Spring would never be leaked to others. That was because he knew that they would face this issue once the information was exposed to the public. If anybody else had possessed one of the 4 universe pillars instead, Zhong Liang would have wholeheartedly agreed that they should offer up the World Spring. But Yang Kai was different. The ability to cast purifying light would be instrumental for the human race. Hence, it would not be beneficial for the human race to incur his wrath and resentment at such a time. Secretly glancing at Yang Kai, Zhong Liang discovered that Yang Kai looked calm and indifferent. There was no sign of anger or resentment at all. Thus, he couldn't help feeling impressed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4952. This junior can advance to the 8th Order. No matter who was faced with such a situation, it would be difficult for them to remain calm. Therefore, Zhong Liang was quite impressed by Yang Kai's reaction. It was true that Yang Kai did not feel any resentment. He could understand that Tian Xiuzhu's actions were not aimed at him. Rather, Tian Xiuzhu's actions and words came from a place of righteousness. In order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng Qi was willing to sacrifice his own life. In comparison, how could Yang Kai not endure such insignificant grievance? Yang Kai, this is for the greater good of the human race, Tian Xiaozhu earnestly persuaded. Seeing that Yang Kai remained silent, he thought that the former was unwilling to compromise. Ultimately, though, the willingness of the other party did not matter. This was how such matters have been handled since ancient times. It was a given that those who stepped foot into the black ink battlefield had to put their individual lives aside. Therefore, he believed that Yang Kai would eventually come around. Yang Kai shook his head. Senior, you have misunderstood. This junior is not an unreasonable person. You have made yourself very clear. So how can this junior not understand? Tian Xiaozhu nodded in relief. It's good that you understand. But, Yang Kai changed the subject. From what you mentioned earlier, senior, this junior will not need to offer up the world spring if I can advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the future, correct? For him, offering up the world spring would definitely cause some damage to his small universe. Although a profound Yin spirit fruit could repair his small universe, he would no longer be able to ignore the corrosion of black ink strength. That would be extremely dangerous on the black ink battlefield. It was not that he was unwilling to sacrifice himself for the human race. Had the cave heavens and paradises not made far more sacrifices for the human race throughout the ages? They had silently waged war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless eons, and invested unimaginable amounts of manpower and resources into the effort. It could be said that the stability of the 3,000 worlds was inseparable from the contributions of the cave heavens and paradises. In the safe and stable environment behind them were Yang Kai's subordinates and disciples in Void Land, as well as his friends and relatives in the Star Boundary. If he were an ordinary Open Heaven Realm master, he would not have hesitated to give up the world spring. However, Yang Kai was confident in himself. He had always been able to crush opponents in the same realm as himself. In other words, if he could advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the future, the role he could play and the strength he could exert would definitely be greater than any of the ancestors in front of him right now. Tian Xiaozhu was stunned for a moment, but he nodded anyway. That's how it is. If you can advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, then there is no need for you to give up the world spring. The Inner Sanctum will also spare no effort to help you advance to the 8th Order as soon as possible, so that you can contribute to the human race. Yang Kai cupped his fist. This junior can advance to the 8th Order. Everybody else was startled by his words, and somebody scowled and pointed out. Brat, didn't you say that your initial breakthrough was to the 5th Order? How can you advance to the 8th Order? Don't tell me you have an innate Open Heaven pill from the Universe Furnace on hand. Innate Open Heaven pills produced by the Universe Furnace were natural products of the world that contain the mysteries of the universe. They could help a person break through the shackles of their limits and ignore the bottleneck of the Open Heaven realm. As long as they had enough of such spirit pills, they could even advance into the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, regardless of their starting point. Unfortunately, one could only encounter such treasures serendipitously. The Universe Furnace was one of the most profound and mysterious treasures in existence. Not only was it extremely elusive, but its occasional appearance in the world was also very short-lived. Therefore, it was no easy task to obtain innate Open Heaven pills. What's more, even if such treasures were on hand, Yang Kai would not have the chance to consume them. They would be given to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master instead, so that he could advance into the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. It would always be highly beneficial for the human race to gain an additional 9th Order Master. Yang Kai calmly explained. It is true that this junior only broke through to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm initially. However, this junior was later fortunate enough to consume a mid-rank world fruit and advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. A mid-rank world fruit? Somebody exclaimed in surprise while the others looked on in shock. As 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, how could they not know about the existence of the world fruit? That was an even rarer treasure than an innate Open Heaven pill. Somebody said, It is rumored that there is a world tree that grows in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter. Could that be where you obtained your world fruit? Yang Kai nodded affirmatively. I accidentally became involved with the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and spent some time inside that place. It was also inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that I obtained the world fruit. A series of gasps rang out throughout the conference hall. That was an incredible opportunity indeed. A mid-rank world fruit could not only increase one's cultivation by an entire order, but it also increased the limit that they could achieve in the future. Lewin probed further. Does that mean that even though you were only in the 5th order open heaven realm, when you first advanced into the open heaven realm, you actually have the opportunity to advance to the 8th order in the future? The 4 universe pillars had a huge appeal to open heaven realm masters, especially 8th order masters like themselves. Possessing one of the 4 universe pillars would allow them to fight with greater efficiency on the battlefield. Lewin was truly reluctant to snatch the belongings of a junior, but in light of the bigger picture, Yang Kai was powerless to protect the world spring. Leaving this matter alone would only result in a huge loss for the human race. That was why he had remained silent all this while. He had silently considered this matter in his heart. If Yang Kai was made to offer up the world spring, he would definitely have to compensate Yang Kai for the gesture. At the very least, he had to protect Yang Kai as much as possible within the scope of his ability. Nevertheless, he did not expect to learn that Yang Kai had consumed a mid-rank world fruit before. Yes, Yang Kai nodded firmly. That is why this junior has the confidence to advance to the 8th order open heaven realm. Lewin nodded lightly. You should put in more effort in the future then. If you need anything, please let this old master know. Since Yang Kai could be considered part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, it was only natural that Lewin would pay more attention to him when they resided at the same Great Pass. Although there was no strong sense of factionalism in the Great Passes, it stood to reason that most people would be closer to others of the same sect. Many thanks, Elder, Yang Kai bowed. On the other side, Tian Xiaozhu fell silent for a moment before he said, If that's the case, then the matter regarding the world spring is settled. However, this old master would like to say something. Yang Kai looked at Tian Xiaozhu. Please enlighten me, Elder. The Black Ink battlefield is extremely dangerous. You need to be very careful. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a huge loss to the human race. This junior will bear that in mind. Yang Kai bowed. Zhong Liang, however, just snickered at those words. Brother Tian, if you knew what this brat did in the past, you would not bother to warn him about such things. Tian Xiaozhu asked curiously, What did he do? Zhong Liang glanced at Yang Kai. This brat is the boldest one I've ever seen. He disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and spent several years in the Black Ink clan's territory. It was all thanks to this brat that Feng Ying and the others managed to come back safely. Everybody in the conference hall immediately became speechless, too dumbfounded to say anything. The corners of Lu En's face twitched, and he was filled with lingering fear. You disguised yourself as a Black Ink disciple and spent several years among the Black Ink clan? That's not bold. That's reckless. Tian Xiaozhu's mouth quivered in anger. What if your identity was discovered and something happened to you? He had tried his best to protect the world spring. Not only did he not hesitate to use his authority to coerce the other party, but he even demanded that Yang Kai offer up the world spring without any regard for his pride. Who could have known that Yang Kai had done such a terrifying thing? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I had no choice. He had not wanted to do something so risky either. Unfortunately, the place connected to the Void Corridor was located inside a sealed world in the Black Ink clan's domain. Having found himself in the Black Ink clan hinterland as soon as he arrived, what else could he have done? Lewin scolded. Don't be so reckless again in the future. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yes. Many of the 8th Order masters in the hall were staring at Yang Kai with strange expressions now. Nobody had ever done such a thing throughout all of history. If it was said that they had only paid attention to him earlier, because of the world spring, then they were now paying attention to him, because of his conduct. Somebody suddenly turned to look at Zhong Liang. Brother Zhong, you mentioned that Feng Ying and that group of people only returned thanks to Yang Kai. What did you mean? Zhong Liang did not bother to explain. Instead, he turned to look at Yang Kai and instructed, show them. Seeing was always better than listening in terms of clarity. That was why he had gone out of his way to capture a black ink disciple. It was so that Yang Kai could easily demonstrate his ability. Outside the palace where the old ancestor was in retreat, Yang Kai had used the black ink strength suppressed inside his small universe to demonstrate the effects of the purifying light. It was just that Zhong Liang was reluctant to reveal the fact that Yang Kai possessed a world spring, so he had gone to the trouble of preparing in advance. Who could have known that Tian Xiuzhu had already inferred the truth? He couldn't keep the secret hidden at all. If he had known earlier, Zhong Liang could have saved himself the trouble of capturing a black ink disciple. Yang Kai responded affirmatively and strode towards the captured black ink disciple. The Eighth Order masters watched curiously, wondering what Zhong Liang was selling in his bottle gourd. A seal had been placed on the black ink disciple, so he could not circulate any strength, and he had not dared to act rashly after being thrown here by Zhong Liang. Of course, he had been observing his surroundings vigilantly in hopes of finding an opportunity to escape, so when he saw Yang Kai walking towards him at this moment, he stepped back defensively. But where could he go in his condition? Furthermore, it only took Zhong Liang a casual wave of his hand to completely lock the black ink disciple in place. A yellow and blue light suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hands, which immediately attracted everybody's attention to him. Zhong Liang also paid close attention. Even though he had witnessed this sight before, he could not tear his eyes away at this moment. A distinct yin and yang element power radiated from the blue and yellow lights respectively. Then, in front of everybody's eyes, Yang Kai clapped his hands together. A pure white light bloomed into existence when the yellow and blue lights merged together. The white light immediately cascaded down on the black ink disciple. In the next moment, the black ink disciple revealed a look of pain on his face. A thick layer of black ink strength simultaneously seeped out from his body, accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds. To the onlookers' astonishment, the black ink strength was then purified by the white light and vanished into nothingness. The Eighth Order ancestors who were watching closely widened their eyes instantly at the sight. There was a loud clatter as most of them knocked over their chairs and involuntarily jumped to their feet in astonishment. Their expressions were filled with shock, and their widened eyes overflowed with disbelief. Even though they were worldly masters, they had never seen such an incredulous situation before. The black ink disciple's pain only lasted for a moment, and his expression soon calmed down. Under the shroud of the white light, both his figure and his expression appeared hazy. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and nodded lightly at Zhong Liang. Only then did Zhong Liang dispel his power around black ink disciple and take a step back. The entire hall was deathly silent. Everybody was staring at the black ink disciple in stunned silence, and it was only a long while later that the sound of people nervously gulping echoed throughout the room. Somebody finally asked, "Be Brother Zhong? What is this?" He had a guess in his heart, but he could not be certain. That was because what he saw with his eyes might not be what he was thinking in his heart. There were many people with similar thoughts. All of them turned to look at Zhong Liang with an inquiring gaze, hoping to gain a more definite answer from him. Zhong Liang smiled slightly. "Don't tell me you don't understand what just happened." Tian Xiuzhu's expression was grim and cold. "Brother Zhong, this is an important matter. Now is not the time for jokes. Could it really be the same as what we are thinking?" Martial Peak. Chapter 4953. Unable to be spread to the public. Zhong Liang nodded seriously. What you are thinking is exactly how things are. And that's also the reason why I summoned you all here." "Impossible." Tian Xiuzhu faintly lost his composure. Black ink strength is extremely corrosive. Once a person's small universe is corroded by it, they will lose themselves completely. It is not as though we have not tried various methods to reverse this phenomenon throughout the ages. Even the old ancestors have been trying to find a solution, but they have never succeeded. How is this possible? It was not that he did not want to believe the truth. He was simply afraid that having great hope would only lead to greater disappointment. Seeing is believing, Zhong Liang quickly said. He was feeling a little more comfortable with himself at the moment. When he first learned about this matter, he had also been filled with a sense of incredulity. In fact, he was so shocked that he lost the composure of an eighth-order ancestor. Therefore, he secretly felt cheerful to see the others reacting much more dramatically than him. It was not that he was trying to mock them. He was simply in a good mood. Turning to look at the black-ink disciple he captured previously, he asked, "How do you feel?" After the black-ink strength had been dispelled, the black-ink disciple remained standing frozen on the spot, with a deep frown on his face. He seemed to be confused by the situation. However, he had not forgotten everything he did when he was a black-ink disciple. Looking back now, he could not understand how he had become so fanatical, or how he could willingly follow behind the Black Ink clan to attack his fellow comrades. Even though he understood that his actions were caused by the corrosion of the Black Ink's strength, he was filled with guilt at this moment. Upon hearing Zhong Liang's question, he looked up with a strange expression. It seemed as though he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Answering Senior's question, this junior feels as though he has just woken up from a long nightmare. Zhong Liang nodded. Now that you have awoken, you should be more careful in the future. Yes. Open your small universe. We would like to investigate, Zhong Liang instructed. The former Black Ink disciple nodded and opened the portal to his small universe with great enthusiasm. In the next moment, the eighth-order ancestors who had been waiting for what seemed like forever quickly poured their divine senses into the small universe to investigate. The eighth-order masters probed very carefully without missing any nook or cranny. Only after a thorough sweep did they slowly withdraw their divine senses. Most of them had looks of disbelief on their faces, but even more of them were delighted beyond words. Throughout the ages, the human race had fought against the Black Ink clan. Although they had always guarded the various great passes and prevented the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds, the price they paid was the continuous investment of generation after generation, who would eventually meet their deaths. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan endlessly sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. As soon as one was cut down, another would immediately sprout up again. They would never be wiped out for good. The human masters who passed through the no-return pass would forever lose their chance to return home. That was because nobody could guarantee that they had not been corroded by Black Ink's strength on the Black Ink battlefield. If they accidentally allowed a Black Ink disciple to return, it would be a disaster for the 3,000 worlds. The key was in the Black Ink's strength. This was an extremely strange and intractable power. Even a ninth-order old ancestor could not dispel Black Ink's strength that had invaded a Black Ink disciple's body. Hence, their only option was to slaughter the Black Ink disciples to prevent future troubles. However, they had just witnessed a method that could easily purify and dispel Black Ink's strength inside the body of a Black Ink disciple. Not only could this secret technique restore order to chaos, but it also allowed the Black Ink disciple to break free from the corrosion of Black Ink's strength and recover their true nature. How could they not be excited and elated? All of them could understand the preciousness of the secret technique. This was definitely something that could rewrite the endless years of conflict between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Taking a deep breath, one of them turned to look at Luan and asked, "Brother Lu, since when did Yinyang Cave Heaven become capable of such a feat? Why have we never heard you mention anything before?" Yang Kai could be considered part of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Even if he was not born in Yinyang Cave Heaven, he was a son-in-law. Therefore, it was not strange for the speaker to associate them together. What's more, when Yang Kai cast the secret technique just now, he had clearly used Yin and Yang element powers. The two powers had converged into one when he pressed both his left and right palms together. There were some similarities with how certain Yinyang Cave Heaven secret techniques operated. Luan shook his head with a serious expression. I don't know anything either. He could not be certain whether this was a secret technique from Inyang Cave Heaven. After all, he had been stationed on the Black Ink battlefield for thousands of years. It would not be strange for him to know nothing if this was a new secret technique that was recently developed by his juniors. After listening to the conversation between these two, Yang Kai cupped his fist. Reporting to seniors, this secret technique did not originate from Inyang Cave Heaven. Tian Xiaozhu chuckled. Regardless of where the secret technique comes from, an ability that can dispel and purify black ink strength is a good ability. If this secret technique can be spread to the public, we humans will never need to fear the Black Ink clan again. Somebody else immediately nodded in agreement. That's right. We have been troubled by the Black Ink clan for so many years. If everyone can master this secret technique, then we will no longer need to fear the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Nobody else will ever be converted into a Black Ink disciple again. We can even charge straight into the Black Ink clan's territory and purge all the Black Ink clan once and for all. His face flushed red as he spoke. It was as if he could see the glorious scene in front of him, and his heart was filled with excitement. Everybody else was also influenced by the beautiful dream he described, and many of them looked extremely excited. At the same time, they finally understood why Zhong Liang had sent an urgent message to summon them despite knowing that the Black Ink clan army was still attacking. The significance behind this secret technique was too great, and the news had to be announced to the public as soon as possible. Although some people were originally dissatisfied with Zhong Liang's impatience, their dissatisfaction had all but vanished at this moment. This was an important matter that could benefit the entire human race after all. Seeing the heated discussion, Yang Kai sighed inwardly as he had no choice but to disappoint them. Seniors, this secret technique cannot be taught to the public. Nobody else can cultivate this secret technique either. Only this junior can use it. The discussion in the conference hall stopped abruptly as countless pairs of eyes turned to look at Yang Kai. Even Zhong Liang stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. He had known that Yang Kai had the means to cast the purifying light, but he did not know much else. There had been no time for him to ask either. Hence, he made some assumptions since purifying light was a secret technique. Even if it was impossible for everybody to cultivate it, there were thousands of talented individuals in Blue Sky Pass, so there were bound to be some who would succeed. He never imagined that he would hear such words from Yang Kai. Why can't others cultivate this secret technique? Luan asked in confusion. He had the same thoughts as Zhong Liang. Since it was a secret technique, there would definitely be a method to cultivate it. As long as this method could be spread to the public, there was bound to be somebody who could successfully cultivate the secret technique. Yang Kai explained. This secret technique was not obtained through this junior's own cultivation, but was rather granted to me by senior experts. There is no cultivation method, so naturally, it cannot be taught to others. Having said that, he lifted his hands and activated the two marks. The marks that resembled a sun and moon instantly appeared before the eyes of the Eighth Order ancestors. Yang Kai then continued. These two marks are the foundation to cast purifying light, and they were given to me directly by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer respectively. The yin and yang element power that this junior used to condense the purifying light before also comes from the source of those two seniors' power. The burning light and serene glimmer. Somebody gasped in awe. Meanwhile, most of the others looked solemn instead. These two famous existences were so well known that it was difficult not to have heard of them. It was rumored that they were ancient masters born alongside the world itself. Moreover, they represented destruction and annihilation. The chaotic dead territory where they resided was filled with dead silence. Nobody could enter that place and survive for long, much less meet these two supreme beings. For Yang Kai to claim that the two marks were given to him by the burning light and serene glimmer, they could hardly believe their ears. But on second thought, it was possible that the powers of such beings were the only thing in the universe that could restrain the Black Ink strength. Luan frowned. You've met the burning light and serene glimmer? Yang Kai nodded. I spent some time with them in the past, and we can be considered friends. The Eighth Order ancestors felt their faces twitching hard when they heard those words. On the other hand, Zhong Liang widened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai like he was looking at a ghost. If Yang Kai had claimed that he was fortunate enough to meet the burning light and serene glimmer, then they would have reluctantly accepted his explanation. After all, neither the marks on his hands nor the purifying light could be faked. However, Yang Kai claimed that he had spent some time with them, and could even be considered friends. He was friends with those two existences. Those are words not even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors would dare to say. It is quite easy to get along with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, but they have some unique hobbies. Yang Kai casually explained. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan? Zhong Liang was puzzled. Oh, that's how the burning light and serene glimmer requested I call them. Upon hearing those words, Zhong Liang felt his brow twitching as though he was playing the drums. What kind of relationship do they have? Why is he calling them Big Brother and Big Sister? Luan coughed lightly and asked cautiously, what unique hobbies do they have? Yang Kai looked ashamed. It's hard to look back on the past, let alone mention it. He could not speak the truth out loud. He could not bring himself to tell them that he had played house with those two for a long time in the chaotic dead territory. Every time he thought about that time, he couldn't help feeling ashamed deep inside. Changing the topic of conversation, Yang Kai added, but it is precisely for this reason that this junior was blessed with these two marks by them. It is only with their strength as the source that I can unleash purifying light. Therefore, it is not that this junior is unwilling to teach this secret technique. It is simply that I cannot teach it. For the same reason, no one else can cultivate this secret technique. After listening to his explanation, everybody finally understood. This was certainly a secret technique that could not be spread to the public. They had been imagining a better future just moments ago, but they were forced to give up that hope at this moment. The value of a secret technique that could be taught to the masses, and a secret technique that could not be taught to the masses was not equal. It could be said that the significance of purifying light had been greatly reduced. For that reason, all the people who had high expectations earlier were extremely disappointed. After a short silence, Zhong Liang finally opened his mouth. Although it is impossible to spread this secret technique to the public, Yang Kai is able to perform this secret technique. That in itself is already very helpful in the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Now that you have gathered here and witnessed the power of purifying light, please announce this good news when you return. Tell the disciples that they no longer have to hold back when fighting the Black Ink clan. They can fight without any inhibitions. Even if they accidentally become corroded by Black Ink's strength, they no longer need to sacrifice parts of their small universe as before. They only need to return to the inner sanctum as soon as possible. I will designate an area where Yang Kai can help them to purify Black Ink's strength that has seeped into their bodies. Also, as long as your lives are not at risk, please try to capture the Black Ink disciples alive when you are on the battlefield. There's no longer a need to kill them outright. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4954, Find Someone Named Yang Kai. On the Black Ink battlefield, the human race had always upheld an unchanging stance towards Black Ink disciples. Kill without mercy. It was not that they were being ruthless. Rather, there was simply no other solution. The Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink's strength would always hold the Black Ink clan supreme over all else in their hearts. In other words, they stood against the human race as mortal enemies. If the human race did not kill the Black Ink disciples, then the Black Ink disciple would kill them instead. Over the years, countless people had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength and converted into Black Ink disciples by the Black Ink clan. On a similar note, the number of Black Ink disciples who died at the hands of their original allies was too high to count. Which one of these Black Ink disciples did not come from one of the major cave heavens or paradises? Which one of them was not one of the elite disciples of these forces? This was the cruel reality faced by the human race. Even so, they were powerless in this situation. All they could do was prevent themselves from being corrupted by black ink strength as much as possible. And the price they had to pay for their safety was to voluntarily sacrifice parts of their small universe. Unfortunately, their sacrifice would cause their cultivation to decline, their order to fall, and their martial Tao to be cut off forever. At least 20% of the cultivators at each of the various great passes had an incomplete small universe, regardless of their order in the open heaven realm. Their damaged small universe was the best evidence of the deadly struggle against the Black Ink clan. There were many Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the various Great Passes. Where did these Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters come from? All of them were originally cultivators in the Sixth Order, whose strength had declined by an order. Throughout history, the lowest order among the personnel dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield by the Cave Heavens and Paradises was the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. They would never send somebody in the Fifth Order as they were too weak to join the war against the Black Ink clan. As a result, almost all of the talented individuals accumulated by the human race over the eons had been gathered on the Black Ink battlefield. That was also the reason why Yang Kai felt that the overall strength in Langya Paradise was hugely different from what he imagined when he went there in the past. It turned out that what he saw was not the full heritage of Langya Paradise. The existence of purifying light had resolved the problem that had always been insurmountable to the human race. Hence, it was only natural that the news would rouse the excitement of the people. It was conceivable that the morale of the human race army would increase sharply once this information was spread to the public. Morale was something intangible, but it played a big role in any war, even the one between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai gave a gentle reminder. Seniors, I must inform you that using this secret technique is not without cost. Just as this junior mentioned earlier, this secret technique is cast by drawing upon the powers of the burning light and serene glimmer through the two marks on my hands. Since this secret technique and the means to activate it were given to me by the burning light and serene glimmer, casting it is essentially effortless on my part. However, performing the secret technique requires a certain amount of resources. This junior has some materials on hand, but they are not inexhaustible. So, this junior would like to ask the seniors present to warn others to try and avoid being corrupted by Black Ink strength as much as possible. Luan nodded and said, "That's only natural." After fighting for so many years, it has become a habit. Even if the news spreads, the disciples will not allow themselves to be easily corrupted by Black Ink strength. Zhongliang looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No." "Good." Zhongliang turned to look at the others. The Black Ink clan is still besieging Blue Sky Pass at this moment, so it is not convenient for you to stay here for a long time. Let's deal with the war first. Somebody inquired, "Where will you place young boy?" Zhongliang had mentioned earlier that he would set up an area within the inner sanctum where Yang Kai would be responsible for helping the disciples to purify the Black Ink strength in their bodies. It was only natural for this location to be clarified in advance. Zhongliang pondered for a while before he spoke. "How about the central square? It's the most central spot." Everybody nodded in unison. Good. Now that the discussion was over, everybody left quickly. They were the masters in charge of the various defense lines after all, so it was not appropriate for them to remain here for too long. Before leaving, Luan said a few words with Yang Kai in private. He did not say much and simply told Yang Kai to let him know immediately if there was anything he needed. They were one family after all. He was happy to help out Yang Kai within the limits of his abilities. For that, he even left his contact information with Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling grateful. After everybody left, Zhongliang beckoned to Yang Kai. "Come with me." The two of them strode out of the conference hall. Fengning was waiting for them outside, and with a flicker, all three of them sped off in a certain direction. A short while later, they arrived in the sky above a huge square. Zhongliang explained, "During the battle, you will be stationed here. There will likely be an endless stream of disciples who come asking for help after becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength. When that happens, we will be relying on you." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Senior Zhong may rest assured. As long as it is an issue caused by Black Ink's strength, this junior will definitely solve it. Zhong Liang nodded in satisfaction before turning to Feng Ying. From now on, your task is to protect him. Do not allow any harm to come to him. If you lack the necessary manpower, I grant you the right to mobilize the people of the inner sanctum at will. Disciple understands. Feng Ying cupped her fist. After watching Zhong Liang leave, Yang Kai glanced at Feng Ying. Many thanks for your hard work, Martial Aunt Feng. Feng Ying shook her head. It's nothing. On the contrary, you should take some time to treat your injuries and recover. You were rushed off your feet earlier and didn't even have the time to tend to your wounds. I'm afraid you will become very busy soon. In the previous battle with the Black Ink clan army, Yang Kai had transformed into a grand dragon and used his body as a shield to protect his allies. Naturally, he was battered and bruised from the Black Ink clan's assault. After entering the inner sanctum, Zhong Liang had then brought him all over the place. Therefore, Yang Kai had not had the time to treat his injuries so far. His appearance at the moment could only be described as unkempt, and there were various bloodstains all over his body. Of course, his injuries were not important given his recuperative abilities, but his strength had indeed been heavily expended. Even he would need some time to recover and recuperate. All right, then I shall trouble you to stand guard, Martial Aunt Feng. Yang Kai nodded and sat down cross-legged without another word. Stuffing a recovery spirit pill into his mouth, he slowly began to refine the medicinal efficacies. Despite being inside the inner sanctum, one could still vaguely hear the sound of battle coming from outside the Great Pass. In addition, the impact caused by the shockwaves of battle would occasionally be transmitted from the outside. It could be seen that the war was very intense. Although the life-or-death battle outside raged on incessantly, Yang Kai and Feng Ying enjoyed a peace that was as calm as water. They waited for half a day only for nobody to come. Yang Kai focused on healing in the meantime, without feeling bored or frustrated. All of a sudden, there seemed to be a commotion coming from the side. Feng Ying immediately looked in that direction and saw several streams of lights speeding over at a high speed. There were 6 or 7 figures in total. The person in the lead stood in midair and looked around below him with all his might. Without warning, he pointed in the direction where Yang Kai and Feng Ying were located and shouted loudly, "This way! This way!" At the same time, he took the lead and rushed over. Feng Ying instantly became vigilant. Zhong Liang had entrusted Yang Kai's safety to her, so naturally she did not dare to take her mission lightly. Having seen purifying light in action, she deeply understood the importance of Yang Kai's existence. Fortunately, the newcomers did not act rashly. As they approached, the group's leader immediately cupped his fist, "Senior Sister Feng." Feng Ying nodded lightly and asked, "What's the situation?" That person pointed behind him and explained, "They have been corroded by Black Ink's strength. Martial Uncle mentioned that we should withdraw as soon as possible if we ever find ourselves in such a situation, and come here to find somebody named Yang Kai. Supposedly, he has the means to resolve the situation." Truthfully speaking, if it had not been an 8th Order ancestor who told him about this matter, he would not have believed those words at all. In the past, the people who were corrupted by Black Ink's strength would sacrifice a part of their small universe as soon as possible to resolve the crisis. However, it was too late for that now. The speed of the Black Ink strength's corrosion was very fast. If they wanted to sacrifice their small universe at this point, there was no saying how much they would need to give up. There was a high possibility that doing so would endanger their life. In other words, if Yang Kai could not resolve this matter, then the people who were corroded by Black Ink's strength would most likely die on the spot. It was just that those words had come from an 8th Order ancestor. If they could preserve the integrity of their small universe, then they were willing to give this method a try. While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai, who had already stood up. "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. "Indeed. I've never seen him before. Moreover, the aura coming from him does not seem very powerful. He is definitely not in the 7th Order." How is it? The Seventh Order leader asked nervously. Looking at them, it seemed as though the black ink strength had truly been dispelled. However, until he received a definite answer, he did not dare to believe that it was true. Squad leader, I think we're all right now, one of them replied. What do you mean by that? Are you all right or not? The squad leader glared. Another person added, it's probably fine now. The black ink strength has been dispelled. Open your small universes, the squad leader ordered. The three men obediently did as they were told, and opened up their small universes. The divine senses of the squad leader and the other three men surged as they probed the situation together. A moment later, they looked at each other with shocked expressions. There was not the slightest trace of black ink strength left. It was unbelievable. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4955, Blue Sky Pass Heritage. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? The squad leader looked at the three of them with concern. All three of them shook their heads, indicating that they were truly fine. Only then did the squad leader turn to look at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. The Eighth Order ancestor had informed him about this matter, but he had not dared to believe those words. The human masters who remained on the black ink battlefield all this time were all too familiar with black ink strength. Once they were touched by it, it would cling to them like maggots on rotting bones. The only way to protect themselves was to take decisive action, within a limited time, after becoming corroded by black ink strength. It was only because of the Eighth Order ancestors' orders that he decided to give this method a chance. Leading his squad members, he brought them back to Blue Sky Pass, and came to the central square. What happened next was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai had actually managed to solve this problem that had plagued the human race for countless years. What's more, judging by the way the secret technique was cast, performing it did not seem to be difficult. It could even be said to be extremely easy. He had never seen such means like the white light before, but he could clearly see the black ink strength dissipating under its shroud with ease. A sense of excitement suddenly surged up in his heart. I can't believe the human race has developed the means to resolve the corrosion of black ink strength. This problem has tormented us for eons, but will no longer be a problem in the future. I can foresee just how much the morale of our people will be boosted once the news spreads to the public. He solemnly cupped his fist. Thanks are not enough for this kindness. In the future, please feel free to let us know if you ever need our help, Brother Yang. He was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master from one of the cave heavens or paradises. In terms of status and hierarchy, he was definitely in a higher position compared to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he addressed Yang Kai as Brother Yang, which showed how grateful he was. Likewise, the six behind him also cupped their fists and bowed. In particular, the gratitude of those three, who were rescued earlier, was beyond words. They knew that if it was not for Yang Kai's help, the best outcome for them would be to sacrifice a part of their small universe and experience a decline in their cultivation. That was something no Open Heaven Realm Master would ever want to experience. Although the profound Een Spirit fruit, which could mend damaged small universes, could be found on the black ink battlefield, there were extremely few of them, certainly not enough to go around. Even if they found one of the rare profound Een Spirit fruits, they generally gave them up to those with higher cultivations. Naturally, that meant those with cultivation below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm would never get the chance to consume one. Yang Kai not only helped them to resolve the issue regarding the corrosion of black ink strength, but also ensured that their cultivation remained intact. Such a grace was not something that could be made up for with simple thanks. You are all too polite. This is my duty. Yang Kai returned the bow. The war is ongoing, so we cannot stay here for long. We will now return to the battlefield. When the war is over, if we are lucky enough to survive, we will share a drink with you, Brother Yang. The squad leader cupped his fist and quickly said. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. I wish you good fortune in battle. The group of 7 came and left in a hurry. Regardless of the cave heaven or paradise they came from before, they had completely placed their own survival aside on this battlefield. Looking at the 7 departing figures, Yang Kai sighed softly. He did not know when these 7 people had come to the black ink battlefield, or how long they could endure this cruel war. There might come a day when they were killed by a black ink clansman and died a tragic death. Be that as it may, it should never be forgotten that they were also the sons and daughters of their parents, or the parents of their own children. After seeing the situation on the black ink battlefield side with his own eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little depressed. On the contrary, these people who had been living in this situation for so long had already become accustomed to such matters. He suddenly turned to look at Feng Ying. Just now, those people called the person in the lead squad leader. Is the formation of the human race army divided into individual squads? Feng Ying became more and more certain that Yang Kai knew nothing about the Great Passes. That was because all the questions he asked were related to general knowledge and common sense issues. However, she had already experienced similar situations several times before, so she was no longer surprised by his questions and explained patiently. A squad is the most basic unit at any Great Pass. In general, 10 to 15 people form a squad, 100 people form a battalion, and 500 people make up a division. Of course, the numbers vary slightly from case to case, but this is the general makeup. The framework of the human race army was based upon how Great Battle Heaven organizes itself, since they are very experienced in army warfare. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had heard of Great Battle Heaven, even when he was new to the 3,000 worlds, so he knew that this cave heaven was different from the others in the sense that they managed themselves like an army. He had wondered why Great Battle Heaven organized their disciples in such a manner, but now, it would seem that the reason was related to the black ink battlefield. Tell me more about the Great Passes, he said. She asked. What do you want to know? Anything is fine. Feng Ying fell silent for a moment before she suddenly sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, stretched out her hand, and gestured on the ground in front of her. It didn't take long for her to draw a picture of the 8 trigrams on the ground before her. Generally speaking, the deployment of the troops at every Great Pass can be based on this diagram. I also told you just now that the framework of the human race army is based on the squad as the basic unit. Above a squad is a battalion, above a battalion is a division, and above a division is an army. Moreover, every Great Pass has 4 armies which are titled East, West, South, and North. This arrangement is so that 4 cardinal directions surrounding the Great Passes can be guarded at the same time. The formation can be further subdivided into smaller parts. Each army is further divided into left and right wings, each composed of a number of divisions. For example, the North Army's 2 wings each have a 1st Division, 2nd Division, 3rd Division, and so on and so forth. Do you understand so far? Yang Kai nodded. Yes. The situation on the black ink battlefield side reminded him of the battle between humans and demons in the star boundary. At the time, all the humans on the star boundary had been conscripted as soldiers. The 61st Army he commanded had also made great contributions to the war against the demon race. The past flashed through his mind, as vividly as though it was just yesterday. Feng Ying continued. Marshal Uncle Zhong Liang is the Western Army's army commander. He is responsible for overseeing the defense line protected by the Western Army, the direction we returned from before. Meanwhile, Elder Lu from Yinyang Cave Heaven belongs to the Southern Army. If I remember correctly, he serves as its 4th Division commander. Each wing of an army is overseen by one of the 2 vice army commanders, while each division is assigned a division commander. Only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors are qualified to take up these positions. Naturally, the same goes for the army commanders. They are chosen from among the strongest and most experienced 8th Order masters. When it comes to the battalions, peak 7th Order masters generally fill such roles. The battalions are named after the 8 trigrams. In other words, heaven, river, mountain, thunder, wind, fire, earth, and lake. Take myself for example. Formally, I hold the rank of Battalion Commander of the Western Armies, Right Wing 1st Division Heaven Battalion. Below battalions are squads. There is no special naming system for squads, and if they do have a special name, It is generally chosen by their squad leader according to his or her preference, or by the squad members themselves. The higher-ups will not restrict them in that sense. Among the squad leaders, some may be in the 6th order, but most are 7th order. Yang Kai listened silently, gradually gaining some understanding of the situation in the Great Passes. In any case, the division of troops was certainly very detailed and meticulous. He raised his brows slightly after giving it some thought. Back at the Grand Hall earlier, I saw a total of 53 8th Order Masters. Leaving aside the 4 army commanders and the 8 vice commanders, does that mean that there are 41 divisions in Blue Sky Pass? Feng shook her head. There are 60 divisions in total. It is impossible for Marshal Uncle Zhong Liang to summon all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors. After all, somebody needs to be in charge on the battlefield. Those who came back were just the majority. Yang Kai nodded in understanding and mentally calculated the total number of people in Blue Sky Pass. The answer left him feeling slightly horrified. So there are some 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass. 30,000 might not seem like a huge number. Thinking back to the time he served as the commander of the 61st Army in the Star Boundary, the number of people in his army had far exceeded that number. When it was first formed, the 61st Army had some 300,000 people in it, which was more than 10 times that of the entire Blue Sky Pass. However, the 300,000 people in the 61st Army were nothing compared to the 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass, because everyone in Blue Sky Pass was an Open Heaven Realm Master. Even the weakest among them were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. That was a terrifying lineup. If such a group of people were recalled to the 3,000 worlds, they could trample all the great territories with ease. They would be invincible since there was nobody who could be their opponent. Be that as it may, such an impressive army with such a glorious lineup was trapped in the Black Ink battlefield. Even though they had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years, there remained no hope of victory in sight. More importantly, this was only the situation at Blue Sky Pass. There were 108 cave heavens and paradises, which meant that there were 108 corresponding Great Passes. And the situation at each Great Pass was almost identical to Blue Sky Pass. The deeper he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled in fear. Throughout the ages, how much manpower did the cave heavens and paradises pour into the Black Ink battlefield? How long did it take for them to accumulate the power of the human race to such a scale? More or less. Feng nodded lightly. She did not know the exact number of people in Blue Sky Pass. In fact, nobody knew the exact number, because there were always a number of humans who would meet their deaths in each battle. However, the exact number should not be too far off from the numbers that he estimated. Although 30,000 might sound like a huge number, after dividing them to the east, west, south, and north, their numbers were not that large anymore. The 4 directions surrounding Blue Sky Pass would have some 7,000 or 8,000 guarding them. Marshal Ant Feng, you are a battalion commander. Is it all right if you don't go to the battlefield? Yang Kai asked. She shook her head. My subordinates can take care of themselves even if I am not there. It's not a big deal. On the contrary, your safety is of utmost priority. Nodding, Yang Kai began asking about other issues. I noticed that there were many warships on the previous battlefield. Feng nodded and explained. Warships can be said to be the biggest reliance for the human race to compete against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. 8th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have a certain degree of resistance to the Black Ink strength, even if they directly enter the battlefield. As long as the duration is not too long, the Black Ink strength would not pose a problem for them. However, there are more than just 8th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Inner Sanctum. There are far more 6th Order and 5th Order Open Masters. In particular, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have suffered a decline in their cultivation as a result of sacrificing parts of their small universes. Since their small universes are all incomplete to begin with, they are easily corrupted by the Black Ink strength. Without a warship's protection, they would instantly turn into Black Ink disciples once they come into contact with the Black Ink strength. Therefore, You would rarely see any 6th Order or 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the battlefield. They rely on their warships to fend off their enemies instead. Essentially, each squad is assigned a generic warship, while battalions have larger and more powerful battleships. Yang Kai recalled the time when Feng Ying had been pursued by the Black Ink Clan army. At the time, she had leaped out of the warship to stop the enemy by herself. Judging by the situation, there was a high possibility that the people on the warship had belonged to her battalion. They had all been her subordinates. Martial Peak, Chapter 4956, Sharp Increase in Morale. When they returned from the Black Ink Clan's domain, they had brought back more than 300 people with them. These people were former Black Ink disciples. Although 300 could not be considered many, these people were enough to form 3 battalions based on Blue Sky Pass organizational structure. That was not a small number either. Seeing as 500 people made up a division, 3 battalions worth of people could be said to be more than half the forces of a division. As might be expected, the number of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the former Black Ink disciples who were brought back was a bit small, and most were only in the 5th and 6th Order. During their conversation, 2 more streams of lights sped towards them from a certain direction. Yang Kai looked up and saw faint signs of Black Ink strength coming from one of them. The other person seemed to be guarding his companion. After having prior experience, how could Yang Kai fail to realize that one of them had been corroded by Black Ink strength, while the other was a companion in charge of providing an escort? The person who came swept his gaze around from above. Then, he immediately landed in front of Yang Kai and asked anxiously, "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. 2 colored lights bloomed from his hands as he walked towards the person who had been corroded by Black Ink strength. "Leave this to me." The person who came glanced at Feng Ying, and Feng Ying nodded lightly in response. Only then did he step away from his companion. A white light enveloped the other person. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, Black Ink strength was dispelled and purified from his body. It only took several moments for everything to be dealt with. Those 2 carefully checked the situation inside the small universe, and were filled with a mixture of surprise and delight. Just like the first batch of people who came here, they returned to the battlefield quickly after fervently expressing their gratitude. Afterwards, an intermittent flow of Open Heaven Realm Masters, corroded by Black Ink strength, came to the central square with the support of their companions. Yang Kai had been assigned to this area to help dispel Black Ink strength in the first place, so it was only natural that he did not refuse anybody who came to him. Besides, purifying light was neither complicated to activate nor consumed large amounts of his own strength. He could basically help the people who came here restore order to chaos and recover their true nature in just a few breaths. Not many people came at first, but those who did were filled with anxiety, anticipation, and uncertainty. Nobody had ever experienced such a situation before after all. The 8th Order Division commanders had explained the situation, so it was unlikely for anything to go wrong. Nevertheless, nobody could feel at ease without witnessing it for themselves. It was not until they saw the miracle with their own eyes that they finally felt completely relieved. As time passed, the number of people who came to seek treatment from Yang Kai increased sharply for some reason. Most of them no longer seemed as worried as the others from before, and even the people who escorted their companions here simply observed Yang Kai with curiosity. Yang Kai became extremely busy as a result. He generally rescued a dozen people a day, but there were also days when he had to rescue as many as 100. About half a month passed in this manner before he finally had time to rest. Yang Kai looked at Feng Ying in confusion and asked, "Is the situation where people are corrupted by Black Ink strength usually so severe? Didn't you say that they have the protection of their warships?" If this was the case, then prior to his arrival, the casualties among the humans after each war would be far too great. A rough estimate indicated that he had saved several hundred people in just this half-month alone. This number only included those who were corroded by Black Ink strength, and not those who had perished on the battlefield. Even Fengming had noticed that something was wrong. Fortunately, she had kept in contact with the outside world and understood the reason for all this. With a shake of her head, she answered his question. It was not like this in the past. Although there had always been people who were corroded by black ink's strength on the battlefield, such incidences did not occur so often. It's only like this now because of you. Because of me? Yang Kai seemed taken aback by her words. What does this have to do with me? All of a sudden, he seemed to realize something and his face cramped. Don't tell me. She nodded. Information about you has spread on the battlefield. Everybody knows that there is somebody like you in the inner sanctum, who can use mysterious means to dispel and purify black ink strength. That is why they have stopped being so reserved when fighting against the Black Ink clan. In the past, becoming corroded by black ink strength was an issue that could not be resolved. Therefore, everybody acted cautiously to prevent themselves from coming into contact with the black ink strength as much as possible. However, Yang Kai's appearance had brought some changes to the situation on the battlefield. Although the division commanders had explained Yang Kai's existence and purifying light to the public from the very beginning, nobody had witnessed or personally verified the situation before. Who could be certain that this information was true? It was not that they did not believe in the Eighth Order Masters, but that the situation was simply too bizarre to believe so haphazardly. When those who were initially rescued returned to the battlefield, though, the news began to spread rapidly. The increasing number of people whom Yang Kai rescued only caused the news to spread even faster. These people came from all armies and divisions in Blue Sky Pass. Their companions had witnessed them becoming corroded by black ink strength, returning to the inner sanctum, and reappearing on the battlefield in perfect condition after a short while. A quick inquiry was enough for them to learn about the treatment that could be found in the inner sanctum. It was true that there was somebody in the inner sanctum who could dispel black ink strength that had seeped into their small universes through some mysterious means. The division commanders had spoken the truth, hence morale instantly soared. The people in the eastern, western, southern, and northern armies no longer had any scruples and went all out in their battles against the Black Ink clan. It was only natural for the number of people who became corrupted by black ink strength to increase as a result. When the human race fought the Black Ink clan in the past, they would still feel shackled despite having warships as support. Now that they no longer had any scruples, not only was their morale boosted significantly, but their ferocity also increased considerably. Upon learning the truth, Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. What could he say? He could only remain in his post with peace of mind and help to dispel black ink strength from the bodies of those who were sent here, so that they could return to the battlefield. The changes in the humans were deeply felt by the Black Ink clan. The reason behind the changes was unknown, but the humans suddenly seemed extremely enthusiastic and full of fighting spirit. Due to the deaths of the Black Ink clansmen, countless black ink clouds of varying sizes would form all over the battlefield every time a war was fought. These black ink clouds often became supplementary tools for the Black Ink clan, because the humans generally stayed far away from them. But now things were different. The black ink clouds could no longer act as deterrents against the humans. In the past, by seeking refuge inside the black ink clouds when injured, the Black Ink clan could generally throw off their pursuers and preserve their lives. However, the humans seemed to have gone mad now. Even if a Black Ink clansman hid inside the black ink clouds, the humans would boldly rush in to attack them, as though they would never give up unless their opponent was dead. The Black Ink clan was stunned. The combat experience and doctrine they had built up over millennia suddenly became useless in the face of these changes. In their panicked and unprepared state, they suffered massive losses. What particularly puzzled the Black Ink clan was the humans' attitude towards the Black Ink disciples. In the past, the humans would put forth their best efforts to ruthlessly slaughter all of the Black Ink disciples they encountered. Now, though, they had begun to capture these Black Ink disciples whenever possible. As a result, many of the Black Ink clansmen lost their subordinates without realizing and could only watch in anguish as their servants were taken away. The situation of the humans improved significantly on the battlefield. Feng had always remained in contact with the front lines, so she was not surprised to receive this information. If this trend continues, it won't take more than a few years to repel the Black Ink clan. She looked excited. A few years. Yang Kai was stunned speechless. How could a single battle last several years? Isn't that too long? A few years is considered a short time. Whenever the Black Ink clan army besieges a great pass, the war tends to last several years. It might even take up to several decades, or even 100 years to resolve. She sighed slightly. There is no way for us to get rid of the Black Ink clan once and for all. Every time the Black Ink clan army is defeated, they will retreat to their territory to recuperate and come back again after they have accumulated enough strength. This situation has repeated itself over and over again at every great pass on the Black Ink battlefield for hundreds of thousands of years. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. If this war lasts for several years, then won't I have to remain in the central square for several years? This is a little different from what I imagined. He had initially assumed that he would follow the human race army onto the battlefield to destroy the enemy after he came here. Contrary to his expectations, he had been assigned to treat his allies in the rear because of his ability to cast purifying light. It was not to say that this was an unimportant matter, and Yang Kai was well aware of the importance of his assignment. The stability of the rear would largely determine the outcome of the war after all. Not to mention, his actions had greatly increased the morale of the human race army and affected the overall trend on the battlefield. But if he had to stay here all the time, that would be too dull. He would prefer to kill the Black Ink clan on the battlefield and contribute to the human race. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Feng smiled and said, "Be patient. Since your ability cannot be taught to others, Marshal Uncle Zhong and the others will not let you go anywhere else." Those words troubled Yang Kai so much that he felt as though his teeth ached, his stomach ached, and his whole body ached. Marshal Uncle Zhong immediately arrived at the mention of his name, carrying an individual with a ferocious expression and eyes filled with pitch-black darkness in each hand. He appeared next to the two of them and tossed both people in his grasp in front of Yang Kai and smiled brilliantly. "Young boy, did you run into any trouble?" "What trouble could I possibly face?" At first, the people who came to Yang Kai for treatment had harbored some doubts about his ability. However, once the news spread, those who later came to ask for help only had big smiles on their faces. Every one of them had been very friendly. Some even tried to build a connection with him and tried to become sworn brothers on the spot. Furthermore, all of them had promised to treat him to a drink if they survived the battle before departing again. If these people were to keep their promises, then he would need to spend a whole year just to attend all those banquets. Yang Kai shook his head. Looking at the two men who had been tossed to the ground in front of him, he raised his brow inquiringly. Black Ink disciples. Black Ink disciples had lost their true nature. They were different from the human masters who still retained some of their reasoning after being invaded by Black Ink strength. During this period, Yang Kai had also rescued many Black Ink disciples brought back from the battlefield. Zhongliang nodded. "I caught them on the battlefield and brought them back. Will it be a problem?" Yang Kai replied, "Not at all." Taking a step forward, he used purifying light on the two Black Ink disciples. Meanwhile, Feng stepped forward and whispered something to Zhongliang. Zhongliang nodded to indicate that he understood. A short while later, the Black Ink strength was fully dispelled. The two Black Ink disciples who recovered their true natures had confused and ashamed expressions on their faces. Every Black Ink disciple clearly recalled all the actions they took in the past. It was precisely because they retained those memories that they felt ashamed. After all, some of them might even have killed their own clansmen on the battlefield. Zhongliang waved at them and motioned for them to step aside. Although those two had many questions, the Eighth Order ancestor had spoken, so they could only step back obediently. Zhongliang walked up to Yang Kai, patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Brat, what you are doing is very important to Blue Sky Pass. It may be boring, but please bear with it. Once the war ends, I assure you your contributions will be fully accounted for." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4957, Impossible to satisfy everyone. I am only doing my duty. I don't dare to take credit, Yang Kai said humbly. Compared to his allies fighting on the front lines, it could be said that he was extremely safe inside Blue Sky Pass. Everybody else was doing their part in the fight against the Black Ink clan. Some people had even died for this cause. In comparison, his ability to purify and dispel Black Ink's strength had been given to him by the burning light and serene glimmer. It was not even his own ability, so how could he dare to take credit for it? Zhongliang nodded. It's good if you can think that way, but it does not change the fact that you have contributed greatly. Work should be rewarded. That is the rule here. The battle outside the Great Pass is fierce, so it is inconvenient for me to stay here for long. If you need anything, just let Fengying know. She will cooperate with you. Yes, Yang Kai responded. After watching Zhongliang and the two rescued Black Ink disciples leave, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and examined his small universe. He had been mulling over a problem recently. How was he going to find an opportunity to break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm? Unable to fight on the front lines, he could only remain at his position in the central square and passively wait for somebody to ask him for help. Therefore, he had a lot of free time on his hands for idle thoughts. Now that his cultivation could be said to have reached the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, further efforts to refine resources would have little effect on him. Furthermore, he had been raising a large number of humans and small stone race inside his small universe. To add to that, the time in his small universe flowed several times faster than the outside world. As things stood, he didn't even need to cultivate for the heritage of his small universe to grow stronger with every passing moment. Therefore, he currently suffered from a faint bloated feeling. That was naturally because his heritage had exceeded the limit that his current cultivation could store. Like how one would feel bloated after eating too much food. His capacity as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master made it difficult for him to accommodate so much power. If he wanted to resolve this issue, then his best choice was to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, he had already gone into retreat when he was in Black Territory in an attempt to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. His attempt had turned out to be ineffective, and there was no progress in regards to a breakthrough. Since entering retreat once had proven to be ineffective, it would likely be futile to enter retreat again. The faint traces of opportunity could not be obtained from secluded cultivation. In order to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, the proprietress had spent over 100 years in retreat in Void Land. That showed just how difficult it was for an Open Heaven realm master to advance from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order. After all, it was a significant leap from the mid-rank Open Heaven realm to the high-rank Open Heaven realm. Throughout time immemorial, countless heroes had failed to overcome this obstacle and remained stuck in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm for their entire lives. It would be very difficult for them to reach the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm in that state. In order to resolve the situation in his small universe, Yang Kai had been using his heritage to cultivate more profound Yin bamboo in his small universe. He had no other choice. The heritage of his small universe constantly became stronger and stronger, but he had no means of breaking through to the next order. If he did not use up some of his heritage, his small universe would become painfully bloated. Consequently, the profound Yin bamboo thrived in his small universe and grew wildly in numbers. Since he had one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring, the profound Yin bamboo was of little use to him. Be that as it may, the profound Yin bamboo would be useful to the human masters in Blue Sky Pass. It would never hurt for him to cultivate more of them. He had given a small batch of them to Fengying. Although he only gave her a dozen or so bamboo shoots in total, she was absolutely overjoyed. It stood to reason that she understood the power of the 12 minor universe pillars. After all, there were quite a few high-rank Open Heaven realm masters among the human race who possessed one of them. It was just that the profound Yin bamboo had not appeared before. The other 11 types of the 12 minor universe pillars were different from the profound Yin bamboo, in that they could not be cultivated in large numbers, much less shared with others. While the effects of the various 12 minor pillars were relatively similar, The profound yin bamboo was undoubtedly the most useful in a situation like the black ink battlefield. That was because the profound yin bamboo could multiply continuously. If the conditions permitted, every single high-rank open heaven realm master would be able to cultivate a bamboo forest in their small universe in the future. The cave heavens and paradises had poured great efforts into searching for the profound yin bamboo in the past, but their efforts had never been fruitful. Feng never expected that Yang Kai would possess the profound yin bamboo. In this way, as long as enough time passed, all the high-rank open heaven realm masters in Blue Sky Pass would be blessed with their very own profound yin bamboo. The profound yin bamboo was highly effective at boosting their resistance towards the black ink strength, which would be of great help in the war effort. Unfortunately, the battle was raging fiercely at the moment, so it was not the appropriate time to bring up the matter of the profound yin bamboo. Hence, Feng suggested that Yang Kai inform the 8th Order ancestors about this matter after the current war had ended, a suggestion he readily agreed to. When he inquired about her advancement into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, Feng recalled her memories for some time before she responded. I was fighting the Black Ink clan on the battlefield at the time. When my life was hanging by a thread, I felt a sudden enlightenment come to me. Thankfully, I survived that battle, and upon my return to the inner sanctum, I swiftly went into retreat and broke through to the 7th Order. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Most people would experience great terror when faced with death, but their minds would also become clear when faced with such a threat, and it would often be easier to comprehend things that had remained unclear to them previously. He himself had also broken through his shackles when he was faced with death, so he did not doubt her answer. Besides, she had no reason to deceive him. The next few days passed by as usual. Yang Kai was stationed at the central square of Blue Sky Pass, and countless people came to him for treatment. Under purifying light, the black ink strength in their bodies was reduced to nothing. During this period, there were also some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who came to him for help. After treating them, he would question them about the situation surrounding their advancement into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. These 7th Order Masters were quite open about their experiences. He had saved their lives, and what he asked was not a secret either, so there was no need for them to conceal anything. On top of that, they were desperate to form a connection with Yang Kai, so it was only natural for them to answer his questions to the best of their abilities. Everybody experienced different things when they advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but these experiences could generally be divided into 3 types. For the first type, their advancement just came naturally. Many of them eventually experienced the opportunity to break through after they had accumulated enough heritage. The second type achieved their advancement through voluntary retreat and broke through to the next order while they were in seclusion. Lastly, the third type experienced similar situations as Feng. In fact, there were quite a few who gained valuable insight when wandering the border of life and death. Yang Kai had already gone into retreat once, so going into retreat again would probably be futile. With his aptitude, he believed that his advancement was simply a matter of course if he continued to accumulate experience. The main reason he could not realize the opportunity for a breakthrough was that his cultivation time had been too short. Most cultivators would spend hundreds or even thousands of years for their cultivation to improve until they reached the Open Heaven realm, regardless of how great their talent and aptitude was. Furthermore, after advancing into the Open Heaven realm, each advancement to the next order would require an even longer period of accumulation. The higher the order, the longer they would need to cultivate for. Under normal circumstances, advancing from the 5th Order Open Heaven realm to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm would require thousands of years' worth of accumulation. It would take even longer to advance from the 6th Order Open Heaven realm to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Accordingly, it might even take tens of thousands of years to advance from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Not much time had passed since Yang Kai started cultivating. There was no need to mention the time before he advanced into the Open Heaven realm. It was enough just to look at the amount of time he spent after advancing into the Open Heaven realm to reach his current achievements. Back when he was in the Shattered Heaven, Yang Kai had been forced to cut off his future prospects and advance into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in front of everybody outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Afterwards, he entered Shadowless Cave Heaven and consumed a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed him to smoothly advance to the Sixth Order. There was no time for him to accumulate at all during this brief period. Furthermore, only a few hundred years had passed since he advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He only managed to obtain his achievements by relying on various opportunities. The time he spent on accumulation was extremely short. Although cultivating steadily was not a huge issue, nobody could say for certain how many years it would take before he gained insight on the fleeting opportunity for a breakthrough. That was most likely the main reason why Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend the opportunity for advancement after so long. Even if the heritage of his small universe was saturated to the extent where he felt bloated, he would not be able to advance to the Seventh Order smoothly in his current condition. After understanding this point, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling troubled. The passage of time was not something that could be accelerated after all. Now that he was on the Black Ink battlefield, his thirst for strength had grown far stronger than when he was in the 3,000 worlds. On this chaotic battlefield, he could only ensure his safety by having enough strength to protect himself. Otherwise, he would not have been so desperate to advance to the Seventh Order. It was not a bad thing to cultivate calmly and steadily after all. Unfortunately, this place was not the 3,000 worlds, where peace and stability could be found almost everywhere. Yang Kai had seen the situation where the Black Ink clan army besieged Blue Sky Pass. Zhong Liang had assigned a post for him here, so that his life would never be endangered. But could he really hide in this place for the rest of his life without taking another step outside? This was not the life he wanted. If he were honest, during the time he spent here, Yang Kai was practically raring to go after listening to the commotion from the fighting and explosions coming from the outside every single day. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to remain in this place, because he had the means to dispel and purify Black Ink's strength. He did not regret exposing his ability, since he had the means to help. It was impossible for him to stand by and watch as his allies got corrupted by Black Ink's strength without doing anything. He was honestly thankful that he could rescue the allies who were corrupted by it. It was just that, as a man, he looked forward to fighting the Black Ink clan on a battlefield where he could die at any time. He might even be able to perceive the opportunity to advance to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. He was tempted to rush into the battlefield and experience the battle with his own body. Be that as it may, it was not easy for him to leave this place. If he were to leave this place, there was nobody else who could save those who were corrupted by Black Ink's strength. Since he had the ability, and it was unique to him, he had to take the bigger picture into account. In life, it was impossible to satisfy the desires of all parties. Those corroded by Black Ink's strength continued to be escorted here by their companions to seek treatment, so Yang Kai was busy every day. One day though, he was helping two people who came to him for help in dispelling the Black Ink's strength in their bodies, when he suddenly stared at the long-lasting white light and fell into deep thought. The two who had Black Ink's strength removed from their bodies checked their condition and thanked him profusely after confirming that there were no issues with the treatment. However, his response was absent-minded, and he continued to stare fixedly at the white light in front of him. Upon seeing that, they quickly understood that he had discovered something and did not disturb him any longer. Thus, they quickly left with their companions after saying their goodbyes. Once those people had departed, Fengming glanced at the white light. Then, she glanced at Yang Kai in curiosity and puzzlement. She had watched this treatment countless times by now. The same thing happened every time he finished treating the Black Ink disciples, but she had never seen any reaction from Yang Kai before. Hence, she could only wonder why he seemed to have discovered something new this time. It was just that she did not know much about purifying light, so she could not ask much. As time passed, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly brightened and a trace of excitement and elation also appeared on his face. Feng couldn't stop herself from asking him, "Did you discover something?" Martial Peak. Chapter 4958. I have an idea. Martial Ant Feng, do you know how the purifying light is produced? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Feng said, no. She had been guarding him all this time, so she was present every time he activated the purifying light. However, she had only seen what was happening on the surface. She did not know anything about the inner workings of purifying light. Even when Yang Kai had taken the time to explain this matter to the Eighth Order ancestors in the main conference hall, she had remained outside and did not hear his explanation as a result. Yang Kai suddenly took out 2 crystals. One was yellow and the other was blue. Both crystals were the size of a fist and had distinct, sharp edges. Moreover, there was an unmistakable yin and yang element energy fluctuation coming from the yellow and blue crystals. Feng raised her brow at the sight, clearly recognizing them as 2 fifth-order yin and yang element materials. In addition, these 2 materials gave her a sense of great purity. They seemed to be of better quality than most yin and yang element materials of the same order. These are the yellow and blue crystals. Yang Kai stared at the objects in his hand, seeming to be talking to himself, but also explaining to Feng at the same time. They come from the chaotic dead territory. Stunned, Feng soon yelled in surprise, "The chaotic dead territory? Which chaotic dead territory?" Yang Kai laughed. "Are you implying that there's a second chaotic dead territory in this universe?" "You're right, Martial Ant. It's the chaotic dead territory where the burning light and serene glimmer are located." Feng was flabbergasted. On the other hand, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It is rumored that the burning light and serene glimmer are brutal and extremely dangerous. While there is some truth to that, the rumors are somewhat exaggerated. I spent some time in the chaotic dead territory and interacted with these 2 beings before." Interacted with them before? Feng was confused and could barely believe what he was saying. A Black Ink clansman once appeared in the 3,000 worlds. Elites from all the cave heavens and paradises had to be dispatched just to suppress the chaos. Unfortunately, many people were corroded by Black Ink's strength and were converted into Black Ink disciples because of this incident. In the end, I went to the chaotic dead territory to seek help. The burning light and serene glimmer were the ones who gave me these 2 marks. She asked, "The ones on the backs of your hands?" During this period, 2 distinct marks would appear on the backs of Yang Kai's hands every time he activated purifying light. Naturally, that had not escaped Feng's notice. She had not understood the mystery and heritage hidden in the marks, but she immediately realized after listening to his explanation. Exactly. He nodded. With these 2 marks as the foundation, I can channel the powers of those 2 beings that are contained within these yellow and blue crystals. When yin and yang converge, the purifying light is produced. Feng seemed to have an epiphany. In other words, you need to consume these yellow and blue crystals whenever you use purifying light. That's right. Yang Kai looked at the objects in his hand. Purifying light consumes these 2 objects when cast. His words immediately made her anxious. How many of these crystals do you have on hand? Yang Kai laughed. Martial Ant, are you worried that I will run out of these yellow and blue crystals? Aren't you worried? Even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. Nobody would be able to purify and dispel the Black Ink strength if Yang Kai ran out. It's useless to worry. Besides, I have a lot of these on hand. They will not be used up in such a short time. Yang Kai had made an astronomical fortune back in the chaotic dead territory. Even he did not know how many yellow and blue crystals he had received. The amount was so large that it was practically innumerable. What's more, there were countless piles of these crystals stacked up like mountains in his small universe. How could he run out of them in such a short time? Although he had split his collection in half and given one part to High Heaven Palace before his departure, he still had literal mountains of them in his possession. The yellow and blue crystals consumed during this period were nothing but a drop in the ocean for him. After listening to what he said, Fengming relaxed considerably. Even so, she admonished him lightly. We need to plan for that eventuality in advance. Have you tried using other yin and yang element materials to replace the yellow and blue crystals? I tried, but it didn't work. Purifying light has to be cast with the yellow and blue crystals that come from the burning light and serene glimmer. While speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively and continued. I didn't bring this up to discuss this matter with you, Martial Ant. Rather, I've always felt that the purifying light left over from purifying black ink strength within those I've treated goes to waste because there are no other immediate uses for it. Fengming nodded lightly. This situation had not escaped her notice. That was indeed the case. Every time someone infected came over, Yang Kai would use purifying light to dispel the black ink strength from them. However, the remaining white light would linger for a time before dissipating. In the past, she had thought that the ability came from Yang Kai himself and was not too concerned. But now that she knew the purifying light consumed yellow and blue crystals, she immediately felt a twinge of pain in her heart. The purifying light that had been wasted was still an invaluable treasure that could dispel more black ink strength if it could only be preserved somehow. What do you want to do? She asked. Is there a way to prevent this wastage? I have an idea, but I don't know if it can be realized. He put the yellow and blue crystals away. Strictly speaking, the purifying light is just another form of energy. Since it is a type of energy, do you think it can be stored? Stored? She furrowed her eyebrows slightly. For example, with the help of a grand array. If we can achieve this, then there will be no need to worry about waste in the future. Yang Kai continued slowly. I have quite a few yellow and blue crystals in my possession. Nevertheless, it is better to plan ahead for the long term since we are on the black ink battlefield. We should save wherever we can. In that way, more people can receive treatment in the future. Her eyes brightened at those words. It's exactly as you said. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about the Tao of spirit arrays. You will have to consult others regarding this matter. Many thanks, Martial Ant. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed. Fengming pondered for a while before saying, wait a moment. I will summon some people over. While saying that, she took out a communication artifact and sent out a few messages. Zhongliang had already granted her the right to mobilize the people within the inner sanctum, so that she could better protect and cooperate with Yang Kai. Hence, there were no issues with her current actions. Less than an hour later, an elderly man with a long sword descended from the sky. He greeted Fengming after he landed and studied Yang Kai with great interest. Fengming introduced them. Yang Kai, this is Senior Brother Fan Sun from Mimosha Heaven. Yang Kai bowed. Greetings, Martial Uncle Fan. Fan Sun stretched out his hand and laughed loudly. No need to be polite. I have heard a lot about you, so I've been wanting to meet you all this while. Unfortunately, the ongoing war makes it difficult for me to leave my post without permission. Now that I see you today, I can see that you really are a talented young man. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was currently the most popular person in Blue Sky Pass. Quite some time had passed since his arrival, and at this point, almost every cave heaven or paradise guarding Blue Sky Pass had a disciple who was rescued by Yang Kai. There was no saying how many people were indebted to him by now. Those who had not been corroded by the black ink strength were naturally curious about these mystical means that suddenly appeared in Blue Sky Pass. The human race had been deeply troubled by the black ink strength for countless years because there had been no method to dispel it. Therefore, Yang Kai's arrival had undoubtedly brought a solution to this age-old problem. Who would not be curious about such a person and their means? That was also why Fan Sun behaved so politely. Things on the battlefield could change at a moment's notice, and he could not guarantee that he would not be invaded by black ink strength one day. So even though he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he did not put on airs around Yang Kai. There was no saying whether he would need Yang Kai's help in the future, so how could he act arrogantly now? You praise me too much, Martial Uncle Fan. Yang Kai responded humbly. Fengming said, within the inner sanctum, in the 7th Order, Senior brother Fan can be ranked among the top 3 in terms of his mastery in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Fan Sun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Everybody has their talents. If your words spread to the public, junior sister, I will not be able to hold my head up anymore. His expression turned solemn. Why did you summon me, junior sister? Feng said. Yang Kai is the one who has something to discuss with you. But don't be in such a rush. I also summoned a few others, so let's wait for them to arrive before we talk about that. Doing that would allow them to save some energy from repeating themselves over and over again. Besides, it would be better to explain things in one go after everybody had gathered. Fan Sun nodded. With the goal of promoting a good relationship with Yang Kai, he spent the time chatting with him. While they were waiting, a cultivator who was corroded by black ink strength happened to arrive seeking help. Fan Sun witnessed Yang Kai casting the purifying light with his own eyes. The sight of the pure white light shrouding the cultivator and dispelling the black ink strength amazed him greatly. For people arrived in quick succession after a short wait. All of them were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Their cultivations might vary, but even the lowest among them was in the 6th order open heaven realm. These people would be known as grandmasters wherever they went. According to Yang Kai's own system of classification for the Tao, all of them had reached the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. In the Tao of Spirit Arrays, at the very least. It had to be said that Yang Kai himself was only at this level in his Tao of Time. Such talented people would not face the Black Ink clan's offensive directly on the battlefield, and were generally stationed inside the barrier Grand Array of Blue Sky Pass, ready to repair and maintain the operation of all the Grand Arrays at any time. As long as the enemies did not invade Blue Sky Pass, they usually would not face any danger. Feng introduced everybody to Yang Kai. Yang Kai memorized their details and greeted them in turn. Like Fan Sun, the people who came were very friendly towards Yang Kai. It was only then that Yang Kai revealed his purpose of inviting them over. In order to show them what they needed to do, he deliberately cast the purifying light in front of them. After witnessing the purifying light, Fan Sun seemed pensive. That is a great idea, Martial Nephew. If we can achieve that, it will certainly be possible to save on some materials for later use. The others nodded in agreement. Fan Sun looked at the others. If that's the case, why don't we discuss how we should proceed with this matter? The others naturally had no objections. They immediately gathered together and communicated with each other through their surging divine senses. During this period, some of them even demonstrated various spirit arrays in an attempt to come up with a feasible solution. Yang Kai and Feng remained idle by the side. They both knew nothing about the Tao of Spirit Arrays, so they could not provide any input. In fact, they didn't even understand what these people were doing most of the time. Several days passed in a similar fashion before the Spirit Array Grandmasters took action. In quick order, they set out various array boards and installed various array banners everywhere. Their movements were so smooth and skillful that the people watching could only gape in amazement. It didn't take long for them to finish setting up a new grand array. Fan Sun looked at Yang Kai. Would you like to test out the spirit array, Martial Nephew? I would indeed. Yang Kai nodded and asked, what is this spirit array? Fan Sun smiled. This spirit array was specially researched and developed for this matter. It has the effect of sealing and storing energy. As for the name, we have yet to decide. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. These spirit array grandmasters had managed to create a brand new spirit array after discussing with each other for just a few days. It could be seen that their achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were very high. Yang Kai stepped into the center of the grand array and stood still. Then, Fan Sun made a gesture with one hand, gently waved the array banner with his other hand, and shouted, "Rise!" A transparent light barrier immediately rose up from the ground and closed around Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 4959, Sealing Array. Inside the nameless grand array, Yang Kai extended his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. He could not understand the workings of the grand array, but he knew it had been specially researched and developed for this purpose, so it certainly contained a sealing effect. As for whether it was effective, he would know once he tested it out. He immediately cast the purifying light. Of course, he did not use any yellow and blue crystals of a high order. He only used fifth-order ones, just in case the experiment failed and they went to waste. A small ball of white light that resembled a small sun suddenly appeared above his hand the next moment. Under his control, the white light remained condensed in the palm of his hand without scattering or dispersing. It was extremely dazzling. Everybody watched intently as Yang Kai tossed the ball of white light that resembled a small sun into the air. The white light instantly filled the entire grand array, but was blocked from escaping and sealed within its boundaries by the light barrier. Afterwards, Yang Kai waited quietly to see whether the grand array could keep the purifying light sealed for an extended time. This was a factor that would affect the next series of plans that he wished to implement, so he could not be negligent. He had to make sure that his plans were feasible. To that end, his divine sense monitored the changes in the white light at all times. Outside the grand array, Feng Ying and others were also paying close attention to the situation. It was just that the entire grand array was filled with blinding white light, causing Yang Kai's figure that was shrouded within the veil to become a little hazy when viewed from the outside. Yang Kai gradually revealed a happy expression as more time passed, having discovered that his previous speculations were correct. The purifying light was a unique and profound kind of energy, but at its root it was energy nonetheless. Since it was a type of energy, then it could be sealed and stored away. In that aspect, the spirit array created by Fan Sun and the others had already achieved this goal. The purifying light had been sealed within the confines of the grand array. Therefore, it could neither dissipate into nothingness, reduce in amount, nor become defective in any way. Moreover, it could be maintained for a long period of time. In this way, as long as the human cultivators corroded by black ink strength were guided into the grand array, the excess purifying light that remained after the black ink strength in their bodies was dispelled would no longer be wasted. Little by little, the many grains of sand would eventually build a tower. The existence of the grand array would undoubtedly decrease the consumption of the yellow and blue crystals to a great extent in the long run. Martial Uncle Fan, that's enough, Yang Kai said. Upon hearing that, Fan Sun, who was controlling the grand array from the outside, immediately formed a set of hand seals, and the light barrier of the grand array cracked open slightly. However, a portion of the purifying light inside the grand array escaped outside before Yang Kai could leave the grand array. Fan Sun resealed the light barrier as soon as Yang Kai left its range, but it was obvious that the amount of purifying light inside the grand array had decreased. Yang Kai looked back, and the look of joy on his face faded from his face. His brow furrowed tightly together instead. He had forgotten that while the grand array had an excellent sealing effect, and could easily contain the purifying light, a portal would open whenever someone needed to enter or exit, allowing the purifying light contained inside to flow out. The losses accumulated from opening the portal once or twice might not be significant, but what about tens or hundreds of times? It had to be said that if this plan could be realized, then every cultivator who was corroded by black ink strength would have to enter and exit the grand array. In that way, the entry and exit of a single person would cause some amount of purifying light to be lost twice. That would be far too much waste unless they could keep the grand array sealed at all times. But if the grand array was sealed at all times, then those who were corrupted by black ink strength would not be able to enter. This was a difficult problem, and it was obvious that Fan Sun and others had also discovered this issue. All of them were frowning deeply at this moment. Yang Kai looked at Fan Sun. Is there a way to improve the grand array, Martial Uncle Fan? Fan Sun pondered for a while before he made a suggestion. We might be able to add a gathering effect, which may stem the loss. The others nodded lightly, with one of them agreeing. That sounds reasonable. Then, I shall have to trouble you. The Spirit Array Grandmasters immediately got to work. They were planning to add an additional effect to the foundation of the original Spirit Array. Unfortunately, It was not as simple as adding one spirit array onto another. Each spirit array was intricately constructed, so adding an entirely new effect onto an existing array was by no means easy. The slightest change would affect everything else. That was why great changes had to be made to the grand array in order to add the gathering effect. They needed to make sure that the grand array not only operated perfectly, but also achieved the desired effects. Fan Sun and the others gathered to the side, busy as bees. From time to time, they would set up numerous array banners. At other times, they would gather together and hold a deep discussion. There were times when they even quarreled until they were red in the face due to various disagreements. Unable to help them, Yang Kai could only wait by the side. Those corrupted by black ink strength would occasionally come to him for help during this period. Needless to say, he swiftly dispelled and purified the black ink strength in their bodies. Those who came to seek treatment had no idea what Fan Sun and the others were doing, but most of the time, they would leave immediately after receiving treatment from Yang Kai and return to the battlefield to fight the Black Ink Clan. This battle would continue until the Black Ink Clan withdrew their forces. Only then would the current war finally come to an end. Several days passed in the same manner before a brand new grand array took shape. Fan Sun and others might have profound cultivation in this field, but even they were exhausted. Their exhaustion did not come from physical exertion though, but rather psychological exhaustion. Everybody knew that Yang Kai's request was extremely important, so they had given their all to fulfill his request. The mental burden bearing down on them was very exhausting. Just like before, Yang Kai stood in the middle of the grand array and cast the purifying light. The purifying light was allowed to flood the entire grand array as an experiment. The sealing effect of the grand array remained the same as before, so there were no problems in that aspect. The purifying light was perfectly sealed inside the grand array. However, the same situation repeated once more when the grand array was opened. A small amount of the purifying light escaped when Yang Kai walked out of the grand array's boundary. The amount that escaped might have lessened considerably compared to the first attempt, but it was obvious that the gathering effect could not achieve the desired result entirely. The purifying light was the only way to treat those invaded by black ink strength. Moreover, this ability consumed two unique materials, known as the yellow crystals and blue crystals. These materials only come from the burning light and serene glimmer in the chaotic dead territory, so they could not be found on the black ink battlefield. In other words, if Yang Kai exhausted his supply of yellow and blue crystals, the human race would once again fall into a situation where they were powerless against the black ink strength. That was something nobody wanted to see. The trace amounts of purifying light that were wasted today might have been the last rays of hope for one of the corrupted at some point in the future. With those thoughts in mind, how could Fan Sun and the others dare to be careless? They all felt as though there was a heavy burden pressing down on their shoulders. The second experiment had undoubtedly ended in failure once more. Nevertheless, the Spirit Array Grandmasters gathered together again to learn from their previous experience and improve upon their solution. For the next 2 months, the Spirit Array Grandmasters would come up with brand new solutions and prepare a different Grand Array every few days. Be that as it may, the results of each experiment were unsatisfactory. They were unable to solve the issue of the purifying light escaping when the Grand Array was opened, so they could not avoid the wastage caused when people entered or exited. After just a short span of 2 months, all the Spirit Array Grandmasters had bloodshot eyes. For them, their inability to answer Yang Kai's request was an indication of their lack of skill and their shortcomings in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. How could these people, who had always been proud of their ability, accept such a reality? They were the top figures who represented the Tao of Spirit Arrays in the major cave heavens and paradises. There were only a handful of people in the world who could surpass their achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Therefore, they secretly vowed to develop a grand array that could solve this problem perfectly. Following another failed experiment, they did not become discouraged. On the contrary, they seemed to become even more enthusiastic than before. It felt as though they had gone back to the time when they were young and learning as apprentices. Back then, They had yet to make great achievements in the Tao of spirit arrays. Despite facing all sorts of challenges, they had always figured out a solution to their troubles. The joy they would experience in their heart every time they solved a difficult problem was indescribable. They were looking forward to the day they would experience that feeling again. On the other hand, Yang Kai was worried about this group's mental condition. It was obvious that something was wrong with these spirit array grandmasters. They were putting in special effort and competing against their very own selves. Although there were times when being persistent was a good thing, there were times when they could fall into an obsessive state instead. During this period of time, Yang Kai had also formed a vague idea in his heart. It was just that he had been too embarrassed to mention his idea in front of them, lest he be suspected of trying to show off meager skills before an expert. But at this moment he could not remain silent any longer. At the very least, he would be able to provide them with a different perspective. Martial Uncle Fan, what do you think of this idea? If we set up a space array inside the grand array, then we can use the space array to come and go freely. In that way, there will be no need to open the grand array at all. If they did not open the grand array, then no wastage caused by the loss of the purifying light would occur. A space array? Fan Sun raised his brow at those words. His bloodshot eyes that were staring fixedly at Yang Kai gradually brightened. That's right. A space array. Why didn't I think of that? Similarly, the others also looked speechless and ashamed of themselves. How could they fail to realize such a simple thing until Yang Kai reminded them? Feng Ying secretly found the scene amusing from where she watched them by the side. She knew that these spirit array grandmasters had fallen into a spiral and were looking at things from the wrong direction. They had been constantly obsessing over creating the perfect grand array. So how could they even think about a completely different solution to the issue? There were times when overly complicated thoughts were not a good thing. It could be said that Yang Kai had brought them back to their senses with a single sentence. Fan Sun and others immediately cheered up and began working on preparing another grand array. With several spirit array grandmasters joining forces, it was only natural that a small space array would not be difficult for them. In less than a day, there was an additional space array inside the ceiling array. The space array was useless on its own. Therefore, they prepared another space array at a place not far away from the grand array, so that both space arrays could resonate with each other. When both space arrays were ready, Fan Sun suddenly spoke up with a troubled expression. Yang Kai, this old master suddenly realized a problem. Please elaborate, Martial Uncle Fan. In order to ensure that the purifying light does not go to waste, we worked very hard on the ceiling array. The ceiling effect is absolutely extraordinary as a result. To put it bluntly, the area covered by the grand array is completely isolated from the outside world. In other words, the two space arrays will not be able to connect with each other when the ceiling array is in operation. Fan Sun blushed slightly while speaking. The other spirit array grandmasters also revealed expressions of realization at that moment. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was stunned by those words. When he finally recovered from his shock, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was truly a huge blunder. He had merely been expressing his thoughts when he suggested using a space array. Unfortunately, it would now seem that his efforts had been for naught. Thanks to the ceiling array, the space within was completely isolated from the outside world. The connection between both space arrays would naturally be cut off as a result, so it was impossible to transport something from the outside into the inside via the space array. Of course, it might not be completely impossible. I might be able to make some adjustments. When the space array is activated, the ceiling array will activate at the same time to open a small portal. In that way, the two space arrays will be able to connect with each other. But I cannot guarantee that the purifying light will not be lost by doing that. Martial Peak, Chapter 4960 Dongguan Ping. Whether or not the purifying light will be lost, we will know once we test it out. Now that things had come to this, They had to explore every single possibility that came to mind. Fan Sun and others got to work again tinkering with the grand array. Another 2 days passed before they finally completed their preparations. As before, Yang Kai walked into the grand array and Fan Sun formed a hand seal to activate the sealing array. After that, Yang Kai cast purifying light. Looking at the pure white flawless light, Fan Sun and the others couldn't help feeling a deep sense of pain and remorse. Over the past few months, their experiments had failed over and over again, resulting in them wasting quite a lot of the purifying light. These incidents had been eating away at their confidence, and they were starting to harbor great doubts about the craft they had honed over all these years. Both the space arrays had been inspected before the sealing array was activated, and it was confirmed that they were in working order. Now that the grand array had been activated, Yang Kai stood on the space array and tried to activate it, but sure enough his attempt failed. It was just as Fan Sun claimed. They had poured massive effort into preparing the sealing array to isolate the inside from the outside. In other words, the space inside the sealing array could not connect with the outside world. Forget the 2 space arrays. Even if Yang Kai wanted to perform instantaneous movement on his own, he could not escape from the confines of the spirit array without destroying the grand array first. Yang Kai, are you ready? Fan Sun shouted. Yang Kai replied, yes. Martial Uncle Fan, please begin. Fan Sun nodded lightly and changed his hand seal. With a slight wave of the array banner, the grand array underwent some subtle changes. Outside the grand array, everybody watched intently without even blinking. In the next moment, obvious fluctuations of space principles came from within the grand array, emanating from Yang Kai. Everyone quickly turned to look to the side. Sure enough, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared on the other space array. Unfortunately, some of the pure white light emerged along with him. The light lingered around his body and quickly dissipated into the surroundings. There was no doubt that the white light was the purifying light that was originally sealed inside the grand array. When the 2 space arrays connected with each other, Yang Kai was not the only thing to be transported out of the grand array. The purifying light had also escaped along the passage established by the space array. Fan Sun frowned deeply. This outcome was both unexpected and expected. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling extremely helpless. On the other hand, Yang Kai sighed softly. Even the space array could not solve their current conundrum. At this rate, he truly did not know how to solve this problem anymore. The failure this time had also affected him to a certain degree. That was because this matter was highly related to him. If they were unable to resolve this issue, the wastage of the purifying light was a secondary problem. More importantly, his future prospects would not be bright either. He was just about to console Fan Sun and the others so that they could think of other solutions when he heard Feng Ying's voice. Martial Uncle Dong Gua. Everybody quickly turned to look in Feng Ying's direction, only to see her bowing in a certain direction in the sky. They followed her gaze and saw a burly middle-aged man suspended in midair. He was quietly looking down at the situation below him. Fan Sun and others hurriedly bowed in greeting, and Yang Kai followed suit. Yang Kai did not recognize the person who came. Although he had met most of the 8th Order Masters in Blue Sky Pass back at the main conference hall, a few of them had not shown up for that meeting. Feng Ying had explained that it was impossible for Zhong Liang to summon all the 8th Order Masters to the main conference hall at once. After all, somebody needed to oversee the battlefield. Martial Uncle Dong Guo was clearly one of those people. Having said that, Yang Kai had seen this person passing by several times recently even though he did not recognize him. Every single time, Martial Uncle Dong Guo would fly overhead with a group of people following behind him. He was always in a rush and seemed to constantly be busy. Yang Kai had noticed him looking down curiously on several occasions, but he was most likely in too much of a hurry to come over and investigate the situation. It would seem that he had some time on his hands today. There was no saying how long he had been watching the situation. After all, everybody had been so focused on testing the effects of the space array that they did not notice his arrival. Martial Uncle Dong Guo walked over, as though there were invisible steps leading downward under his feet. He turned to look at the ceiling array. Then he turned to glance at Yang Kai. After a brief scan, he smiled and nodded at Yang Kai. Even though Yang Kai did not know him, he knew about Yang Kai. He knew that there was a person who could purify and dispel black ink strength in the central square. That person had helped countless resolve their crisis over the past few months. Many people he knew had also benefited from this person. That was why he had always paid attention to the situation every time he passed by this place. Feng Ying knew that Yang Kai was not familiar with Blue Sky Pass and did not recognize the person in front of them. So she took the initiative to explain. This is Martial Uncle Dong Guan Ping of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Yang Kai raised his brow at the name and recalled the little fatty Su Zhen. Speaking of which, he had not seen the little fatty again after they parted at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Su Zhen was a core disciple of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven after all. Not to mention, he had received the favor of a divine spirit while he was training in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and grew tremendously as a result. It was rumored that Su Zhen had successfully advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm a long time ago. Greetings, Martial Uncle Donghua. Yang Kai bowed once more. Donghua and Ping nodded and said, No need to be so polite. I've heard about you for some time now. Although I've passed by a few times, I've always been busy with work and could not make the time to come down. It so happened that I had some free time when I passed by today, so I came to take a look. Feng Ying explained. Every time the Black Ink clan attacks, the people from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven are the busiest. If the warships on the battlefield are damaged, they will require many artifact refiners to repair and replace them. The fellow brothers of Divine Cauldron Heaven are proficient in the Tao of artifact refining, so this task is naturally entrusted to them. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard those words. It was not until this moment that he understood the reason why he kept seeing Martial Uncle running around recently. It turned out that Donghua and Ping had been going around repairing the damaged warships. Since Divine Cauldron Heaven was famous for artifact refining, it was only natural that they were also capable of this. It could even be said that most of the warships at the Great Passes were produced by Divine Cauldron Heaven disciples. They were considered extremely precious talents, similar to array masters like Fan Sun. Such talented individuals would never be allowed to carelessly set foot on the battlefield, lest they were killed or corrupted by Black Ink strength and became Black Ink disciples. On the contrary, they gave those at the front strong support from the rear. What are you doing here? Donghua and Ping asked with a glance at the ceiling array. Having passed by this place on several occasions, he had a vague idea about what they were up to, but he was not sure if the situation was the same as what he was thinking. It was precisely because he had some speculations on the matter that he deliberately took the time to stop and watch for a while today. Feng Ying quickly explained what they had been working on for the past few months and the challenges that they were facing at the moment. The person in front of her was not just an 8th Order master, but also a division commander. Even if he would not easily set foot on the battlefield, Donghua and Ping had the qualifications to intervene in such matters. Besides, she did not wish to conceal anything from him. Donghua and Ping nodded after listening to her explanation. So that's how it is. Then, he suddenly suggested something. Since the Tao of Spirit Arrays is unable to perfectly prevent the wastage of the purifying light, have you considered using the Tao of artifact refining? Fan Sun was taken aback. The Tao of artifact refining? They were all Spirit Array Grandmasters, so when encountering problems, it was only natural that they tried to solve them from the perspective of Spirit Arrays. Why would they consider using the Tao of artifact refining? The Tao of artifact refining, Yang Kai murmured. His eyes lit up a moment later, and he rubbed his palms together. Right. How could I have forgotten about that? There were times when one might not see the light at the end of the tunnel. On the contrary, the road ahead might end in a steep hanging cliff. He had been working together with Fan Sun and others throughout this period of time, so he had been influenced by them and only considered the problem from the perspective of the Tao of Spirit Arrays. He had totally forgotten about the Tao of artifact refining. Back in the grand ancient ruins boundary, the little fatty Su Zhen had helped him to refine the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, which sealed and contained a large amount of Yuan magnetic divine light. In the past, Yang Kai had borrowed the strength of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd to repel many powerful enemies. Strictly speaking, the Yuan magnetic divine light and the purifying light were essentially the same. Both were a kind of energy, although they had different effects. There was no denying that both were a form of light. If the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd could seal the Yuan magnetic divine light, then it could also seal the purifying light. In his excitement, Yang Kai took out the empty Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and handed the object to Dong Guanping. "Senior, please take a look at this." Dong Guanping took the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise. This object contains traces of divine cauldron heaven's techniques. But which lousy brat has such poor skills to refine something like this? Yang Kai was instantly ashamed. When the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd was first refined, Su Zhen had yet to advance to the open heaven realm. In fact, he had only just condensed his Dao seal. Su Zhen had been in the process of accumulation, so his cultivation was not that high, although he had received instruction from divine cauldron heaven. In the eyes of artifact refining grandmasters like Dong Guanping, Su Zhen's methods were indeed clumsy and crude. The Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd no longer contained Yuan magnetic divine light. Back then, Void Land had been in desperate need of cultivation materials, and the Yuan magnetic divine light was a metal element material. Moreover, it was a sixth-order material. For that reason, Yang Kai had used the Yuan magnetic divine light as a cultivation material for the disciples to refine. "This bottle gourd is interesting at least." Dong Guanping carefully examined the bottle gourd. "This gourd is born of the world, right?" Yang Kai revealed a look of admiration. "Senior certainly has sharp eyes." Dong Guanping asked thoughtfully, "Do you want me to refine something similar to seal the purifying light? In that way, even without you, others will be able to help dispel and purify black ink strength." Yang Kai shook his head. "That's not the case. Although doing so is feasible, that will only increase the wastage of the purifying light. Senior, this junior was hoping to ask you to create an artifact that can satisfy the effect of sealing the purifying light, avoid any wastage, and even facilitate the entry and exit of personnel. Can that be done?" Dong Guanping held the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and furrowed his brow in thought. Everybody else watched him intently. A long while passed before he finally nodded and said, "It can be done." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Are you serious?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that his words were inappropriate and quickly explained, "Please forgive me, Senior. It's not that this junior is not willing to believe you. It's just that this matter is extremely important, so we have to be extra careful." Dong Guanping smiled and said, "It's fine. I understand your feelings. But since this old master said that it can be done, then it can be done. The war is raging fiercely recently, so I might be quite busy. Let's do this. I will make some time to refine this artifact for you. The shortest will take 1 month, while the longest will take 3 months to complete." While saying that, he tossed the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai exhaled slowly and cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Martial Uncle." Dong Guanping waved his hand dismissively. "It's all for the sake of our people. We are just doing our respective duties." Then he glanced at Fan Sun and the others. "Come with me. The sealing array will be needed. When that time comes, I will need your help." Naturally, there was no reason for Fan Sun and the others to object. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.